Frank Denton. I'm your newly appointed chair of your board. We have in person today 3 other board members that are here with us today. We're all following the protocols of being socially distanced and when not wearing our mask. So with that being said, I would like to call the January 20th meeting of the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners to order. The time is 10:15.
There it is. Yeah, it sounds good.
As you might have noted, we got a little bit of a late start. We had some technology issues that we're going to work through and deal with as we go through this meeting. Thanks to Governor Abbott's order in March of 2020, we were able to conduct these meetings by in-person appearance, as well as video conference, and also by telephone if need be. So we'll try to maintain a quorum. And the plan is this: we're going to go forward and see if we can keep connection with all of our board members and the public. And if we start having some issues, we're going to recess for a brief period of time and reconfigure and separate us and put us in different offices and see if we can't work that out. But we're gonna push ahead for the time being. I guess to start, Dawn, if you're there, would you please call the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Frank Denton.
Here.
Mr. James Ainsworth.
Here.
Mr. Ben Friedman.
Here.
Mr. Milton Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Robbie Halnos.
Here.
Mr. William Clock.
Here.
Mr. Thomas McDonald.
I'm here.
And Mr. Mark Savasta.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, wonderful. Lisa was telling me this was the most board members she's had in 2 or 3 years. So welcome all. A special welcome to Milton Gutierrez, the other public board member who is appearing via video conference from some unknown, he's deployed and is in some unknown location in the world, but he's taken the time to join us today, and we really have special thanks to Milton for participating today. You know, before I start the meeting, being a new board member and a new board chair, there are a couple of remarks that I would like to make, and before I introduce our new board members. And before I start with that, I want to take a couple of minutes and pay tribute and thank those outgoing board members who have served before us getting here. They really worked extremely hard, and from my perspective, did an outstanding job. I think they have had a bullseye on their back for several years now, and it's been rough going for them. And I think it's unrecognized the contributions that they have made, especially in the last year or two, in trying to address some of the issues with the Texas State Board of Plumbing. And I have called each of them individually to thank them for their service and what they have done, and given them an open invitation to continue to participate with us by giving us a call or contacting us or weighing in and giving us the benefit of their institutional knowledge. So I wanted to publicly thank them and pay tribute for their service to the plumbing industry. I want to give you a little bit of background about myself. I come from a business and industry background. For 25 years, I was responsible for a division that spanned 7 states, some 27 manufacturing facilities, and 6,000 employees. During that same period of time, I also owned a small business which had 35 employees. And I'm I make that comment, number one, to let you know I come from business and industry, but also to let you know that I have been on the receiving end of regulatory requirements as well as handing them out. So I understand the significance of the action that a state agency takes. During that period of time, for the last 18 years, I've served in public service positions, one of which, and I want to address an elephant in the room, part of my background, and I could feel a collective shudder throughout some in the industry when it was revealed that for 10 years I was the chairman of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. So I want to address that and tell you that I'm extremely proud of those 10 years that I spent with TDLR. I consider the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation the premier licensing and regulatory agency for occupations in the United States. And Brian Francis is as talented an individual as I've ever met. But with that being said, I want to tell you today that my assignment and the 100% of my focus is on the State Board of Plumbing Examiners and what we can do to help to make this industry better. In preparation for my assignment, I'd like to tell you some of the things I've done. I've gone back and listened to every minute of testimony before the Sunset Commission and all the testimony that the plumbers gave at those hearings and all the comments from the legislators. I have gone to other committee meetings having to do with the plumbing examiners and have listened to those and the comments from the industry. I have reviewed very carefully the most recent Sunset report, and quite frankly, with the exception of their proposed conclusion of sending the agency to TDLR, I agree with many of the recommendations that they put forward. And I think Julie and her staff did an outstanding job. It's always a good thing to get a fresh set of eyes to come to look at an agency. And as board members, we should welcome any criticism that's constructive that will make us be a better agency. And I think that she hit on several items that have merit, and we intend to act on them. I have also gone back, or I have met with over the last 30 days, all of the staff of the agency, and I find them to be extremely competent, and I'm very proud to be a part of them. Every one of them are dedicated individuals. They do good work. They're ready to go to work and do even more. So I couldn't be more pleased with the staff. I think we have some really good opportunities. The one thing that stood out to me and the takeaway I got when I listened to the testimony at the Sunset Committee hearing, I even went back and listened to the entire rally that was conducted at the Capitol a couple of years ago and all the speakers. And one thing that came through loud and clear is the pride and the passion that this industry has for its occupation. And I want to tell you, if you other board members have not gone back and done this, I would encourage you to do it. Because I'm going to tell you that pride and passion is addictive. And as a result of listening to it and looking at all the issues, I'm very proud to be a part of the industry and a part of this board to try to address some of these issues. In going forward, I want to address a couple of things. Normally, under a normal situation, I would just ease into something and let the industry and the board figure out where I'm coming from and how I am going to propose to attack some of the issues that are facing the plumbing board right now. There are a couple of things I want to talk about in specific and upfront to let you know about. Number one, if there is a problem, and I think that there is, and I think the industry recognizes it, a shortage of plumbers in the industry. And we have been deemed as a stumbling block or a bottleneck for that happening. And there's a lot of ways for us to attack these issues, but there are two things that I have no intention of doing and I have no stomach for anyone who tries to do it. And number one is dumbing down the examination. I believe that the examination, as well as the practical examination, is in place, and I think they do an outstanding job. So one of the things we're going to do to try to increase the number of people that are entering our industry, those are two things that will not happen. I have no inclination to eliminate the practical exam. I have met with Neil. He has walked me through it several times, and I think they do an absolutely outstanding job back there. And what they do is imperative for public health. They ensure that the applicants who come forward to take examination or to move upward in the industry have got the basic minimum skills in order to do the job. And I consider that to be imperative. That's not to say we're not going to take a look at it and improve it where we can and make it more streamlined. But if there's anyone who thinks that I intend to dumb down a test or do away with the practical exam, that's not my intention. And if anyone comes forward with those types of proposals, they're going to have a hard time getting it on the agenda. And I want to make this clear that the remarks that I'm making now are mine. They are not reflective of the entire board. I'm only one vote. I do get to set the agenda, but I'm one vote among all the rest of the board members. I think in moving forward, we have to recognize that something is going to happen this legislative session. Thanks to Governor Abbott, we're still standing as an agency. He stepped in and funded our agency for the last couple of years, and we owe him a great debt of gratitude for keeping us on our feet. And the rest of it is up to us. I'll just end by saying this. I have a lot of things I want to say, but I will reserve my remarks until we reach them on the agenda. But from my perspective, and I'm going to ask the board going forward, every decision that we make, every issue that we take up, I would like to approach them as this is the first day of the next 75 years of Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners. So with that being said, I'd like to ask the board members to introduce themselves. And I would like to start with those board members who are currently serving on the board. I realize that this might be repetitive for many of you in the industry, but it's certainly new for us new board members to meet you and understand. So if you will introduce yourselves individually and let us know who you are, what position that you occupy on the board. I cannot imagine. I say we owe Governor Abbott a debt of gratitude for helping to fund this agency and keep it on its feet. But we also owe him a debt of gratitude for the quality of individuals that are on the board. I cannot imagine, and I've been on a lot of boards. I spent 10 years on TDLR, or 12 years and 10 years as their chairman. I spent 6 full years on the Texas Medical Board. And I cannot imagine a better board, more diverse or focused on their industry than what we have today. So I'm extremely proud to serve with them. And for those of you who might be a little skeptical of a public member such as myself coming from TDLR, setting an agenda, I want you to rest assured that I have some experts on this board that are absolutely the top of their profession, and they're not about to let me do something dumb. That is the strength and the power of a board, is the diversity that it brings. So with that being said, Robbie, would you start us off and introduce yourself, and then we'll go to Milton. But it's Milton, if Milton's got a connection there.
Okay, well, my name's Robbie Jonas, and I'm not one of the new board members. As most of you know, I've been on this board for quite a long time. This is my second stint on the board. I hold the plumbing contractors position on this board. I'm also the chairman of the Rules Committee. I'm the chairman of the Continuing Education Committee and several others. But the main ones right now that we're dealing with are rules and continuing education. And that's what we'll be addressing at today's meeting. So anyway, I want to take this opportunity to welcome our new chairman, Frank, and all our new board members. I'm very appreciative to see you all here and see that we have a full board compared to what we had before. So I want to thank Governor Abbott for making those appointments. And I want to especially thank Frank for his leadership. I think he's going to do a wonderful job. Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me? All right. So my name is Milton Gutierrez. I came on the board late 2016, and in fact, 2017 was a deployment for me also. So I was away for a while during that time. So this is my second deployment while being on the board. This time I'm able to be with y'all via Zoom, which wasn't available prior. But I'm a public citizen on the board. And on my civilian side, I'm a minister. I've been a pastor in Fort Worth. And but lately full-time, I've been full-time as a National Guard chaplain. And I just want to also welcome all the new members and welcome Mr. Frank. Hopefully I get to meet all of y'all in person soon, and it's good to be here.
Ben?
Yes, good morning. My name is Ben Friedman. I'm the board-appointed journeyman plumber, and I've been on the board since 2016. My stint will end later this year. I want to thank the previous board for what they've done. It was an honor to work with them. I've learned all sorts of things as it relates to plumbing, not just on the basic levels, but also at the higher end in terms of making rules, the exams. I also sit on a couple of committees as well. Very honored to be appointed by the governor and proud that he has kept our plumbing industry alive until we can get a law passed. I want to welcome all the new board members that have come on. I think you're going to find that we're going to work very well together. And with Frank's leadership and his history, I think we have got a great team to move forward and to procure the proper assets that we need for the continuation of the board. Thank you.
Yes, I'm James Ainsworth. I go by Ron. I am the new board appointee as the responsible master plumber. I'd like to just take a minute to let Milton know how much we appreciate his service to the country and to the ministry. I look forward to working with this board. Came through a little bit of training and excited to see where we go.
I'm Justin McDonald, or Thomas McDonald, as it's shown on my driver's license. Like Ron, I go by my middle name, and I am the commercial general contractor appointee, just appointed by Governor Abbott at the end of 2020. I am also very excited to be a member of this board and thankful to the governor for appointing me. I know we've got a lot going on right now, and so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on any remarks other than to say that I'm very glad to be here. So far, I've really enjoyed working with the staff that I've gotten a chance to meet, and with some of the other board members that I met at our new orientation a few weeks ago, and I look forward to a chance to meet the rest of our board members face to face when the time comes. And would also like to echo the thanks to Milton for his service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bill, can you hear us?
Good morning. I'm Bill Clock.
Unmute yourself, Bill.
Well, I thought I did. Okay. I hold the seat for the professional engineer. I am a licensed mechanical engineer in the state of Texas, along with about 40 other states. My day job is a consulting engineer in Austin. And I think that's probably all I want to say.
Great. Mark, would you weigh in, please?
My name's Mark Savasta. I'm a new member, appointed recently. I fill the position for plumbing inspector. And Milton, I really thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, board members. One of the first orders of business, one of our outgoing board members was serving as secretary, and we are statutorily obligated to elect a secretary. And my suggestion and nomination would be for Robbie Janos to serve in that capacity. If there is a second to that nomination.
I second.
If you will, board members, when you do speak, if you would state your name, it'll make it a lot easier since we're, so if you will.
Ron Ainsworth, second.
Ron, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Hearing no opposition, congratulations.
Robbie.
You're
now
now
the secretary, you get
double
double
your
your
pay.
pay.
That sounds wonderful.
Which is nothing.
Yeah.
I laugh when I say
Say
that, and
And
so many times I think the legislators, when they were so critical of the previous board, they forget that we don't get paid for doing this. The people on this board are doing so out of their love and dedication to the industry, or their interest and dedication to public service and making Texas a better place. And although they are entitled to criticize, because they're certainly entitled to do that, I don't think it should go without mentioning that none of this previous board, nor do we get paid for what we do. That doesn't mean we're not taking it seriously and we don't want to do what we're doing, or we wouldn't do it. Listen, we're going to move now to our, and let me just mention something going forward. Several people have talked about committees. I have no intention, at least for the next 4 or 5 months, of appointing committees. There are a couple of reasons for that. Number one, there are some new board members, and I would like all hands on deck on all issues for the next few months. After we get through the legislative session, we might break up and form some committees. The second reason for that is committee time is staff time. Anytime you have a committee, or anytime a committee meets, it takes away staff. And I can assure you, we're going to have plenty for staff to do without falling around behind a committee. So for the time being, and if the board members have an interest in participating in a particular area, whether it be examination or education or enforcement or whatever, if you will let me know, and we will form committees at some point down the road. But in the meantime, we're going to push ahead with all hands on deck, because I'll view it this way. We have got a very short period of time or window. The legislative session has already started, and I can assure you something is going to happen with respect to the plumbing board. It's going to be addressed in the legislature. And I view we have got a very short period of time to demonstrate to the legislatures our ability as well as our willingness to implement some of the things that we're about to implement. So we've got to take action, and we've got to do it fast. And I have a sense of urgency to give our friends in the legislature, and we're not without friends, we need to demonstrate to them our willingness and ability to to make some changes for the better. With that being said, I'm going to move to our rules section, and you'll find, and I'm going to, this is item number 5, Rules Committee Report by Robbie, and you'll find rule proposals A through J. I am going to take off the agenda, or take down from the agenda, items D, E, F, and G, as well as to modify item A. And I would like to tell you why that those are being taken down. It was my responsibility and my mistake. I made and recommended some rule proposals that are contained in the statute. And for you new board members who may not have served on a state board before, we have got authority to write rules, but we cannot make revisions to statute. That's something we are prohibited from doing. So a rookie mistake, but fortunately, Vina, our general counsel, our representative from the Attorney General's office, caught this before we went any further and brought it to our attention. And as a result of her catch, and it was a good one, we're going to take those off the agenda. But I want to say something about those proposed rules that are not, we're not going to go forward with them. It will indicate you the direction that I want to take. I considered they have to do with the number of hours that a person is required to work before being able to move forward or to advance within the industry. And from my perspective, and these we're going to be discussed fully, these are artificial barriers to entry into the industry. All of you in the industry have got superstars within your organization, apprentices or tradesmen who are really have worked hard and already have the minimum skills to advance. And the only thing holding them back is the number of hours that they're required to put in before they are even eligible to take a test for a higher level within the industry. It demonstrates to you what I feel to be important. I want to speed up the process where those superstars or the cream can rise to the top without any obstacles in front of them. And we can do that provided that we don't dumb down the test or shortcut any of the requisite skills that are required in order to hold that license. So as we go forward, I am going to need the help of the board and of the industry to feed us ideas of any artificial barriers to entry that will prohibit someone from either entering the industry or from advancing in the industry once they're registered as an apprentice or once they advance to tradesman. So those are the attacks that I would like to do, and those are the obstacles that I would like to move out of the way. Not dumb down the test, not make it easier to pass the test, not skip a required prerequisite skill that they need in order to do the trade. And as long as we maintain those standards, we can push people through the system quicker and faster and better. So with that being said, it was my mistake they went on the agenda, but just like every other mistake we're going to make as we go forward, as soon as we make a mistake, we fix it. And so I fixed it. We're not going to go any further on that. And thank you, Vina, for bringing that to our attention. The other proposed rules that I'm going to let Robbie explain, all of these are rule proposals. And I'm going to say this, a lot of you who are listening in and a lot of you board members who've already been here know this. But for those of you who are new to this type of service, the procedure works something like this. If we have an idea or a proposed rule that we want to follow, we make that proposal, we bring it to the board, we vote on it as a board. And the next step, it is published in the Texas Register. Now, prior to being published in the Texas Register, there are a couple of hoops that Lisa has to jump through at the governor's office. They have to be reviewed by a couple of folks at the governor's office. And once they are, then we're free to publish them in the Texas Register. Those remain public, open for 30 days. And during that 30-day period of time, all members of the public or anyone who is affected by it, whether they're in the industry or whether they're a consumer, have got an opportunity to respond or write or let us know that they think it's a good idea or it's a bad idea or we need to modify it or do this. Once that 30-day period has occurred, then we will bring those rules back for final adoption at the board, taking into consideration all the comments that were made during that period. Many of you come from the private sector, and I know that sounds like a cumbersome thing because, quite frankly, at best, we might look at 30 to 60 days to actually act on a rule. But I will have to tell you, it's good public policy because the decisions we make and the rules that we propose are going to affect a lot of lives, not just the consumers, but the people in the industry. And they have every right to weigh in and give us their opinion. And with that being said, I don't know what the practice of the board has been in the past with the staff, but during this 30-day comment period, Lisa, I would appreciate your and the staff, and you may already do this, but if you don't, I'd like for you to provide to every board member all the comments that are made in writing concerning these rules, so that we have the benefit of the input from the entire industry. And I would encourage the industry, don't just mention it to Lisa on a phone call. The best way to make sure that your views are heard is to put it in writing, be specific, and send them to us. It is imperative that we get feedback. And it's been my experience, both in business and in regulatory agencies and everything else, the best ideas are not going to come from the boardroom. The best ideas are come from the workplace floor, from the people that are actually doing the work, or they're going to come from members of the public. And it's our job as board members to adopt those that are going to help us the most first and put those into action. And those others, we get to them when we can get to them. So what I'm saying, it is imperative that if you've got an idea or a comment, put it in writing, get it to Lisa, and I will assure you that all board members will have a copy of everything you send in, and everything comment that you make will be taken in consideration before we finally adopt that rule. So that was a lot of talking, and I apologize for that. But Robbie, if you would lay out the proposed rules that we are asking to move forward to publish in the Texas Register.
Be my honor to. So the first proposal that we looked at, and I'm going to read the preamble for it before any action's taken on it, has to do with the Rule 22, Texas Admin Code 3638. It's regarding eliminating the high school diploma or equivalent requirements for a plumbing inspector. And right now, they're required to have a high school diploma. And I'm sorry, I skipped one, but out of order. But that's the gist of it. It's going to eliminate the need for a high school diploma. So even without the diploma, you still can sit and take the inspector exam as long as you've met all the criteria necessary to sit for that exam. So that's proposal 363.8.
That would be item number B.
B, yeah, I'm sorry, I took that out of order. I'll go back now into order and go to item 363.4. And that's the proposed amendment to Rule 22, Texas Admin Code 363.4 concerning master plumber licenses. And I'm going to read you some background on this. On January 9th, 2019, the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission, Sunset, pursuant to Government Code 325.012, adopted a recommendation directing the board to eliminate the requirements for individual license by the board to hold a high school diploma or certificate of high school equivalency in lieu thereof. On May 15th, 2019, the board adopted amendments to 22 TAC 363.5 to eliminate the requirement for an individual to hold such high school diploma or certificates of high school equivalency in order to be eligible for a journeyman plumber's license. The amendment currently, if adopted, would further implement the directive of sunset by eliminating requirements for an individual to hold a high school diploma or certificate of high school equivalency in order to be eligible for a master plumber's license. We feel that with a, even if you don't have the high school diploma, we've seen a lot of smart people come out of that. And without that diploma, and they've accomplished a lot. To sit and become a master, if the not having a high school diploma inhibits your ability to pass the exam, then you should have got that high school diploma. But if it didn't, and you're that smart individual, we don't want that to hold you back. So that's 363.4.
Robbie, before you get off that, I'd like to make a comment. That's one of those artificial barriers to entry that I spoke about earlier. In my career, I have known some people that dropped out of high school or maybe never even attended high school. They're some of the most brilliant people that I know. Now, anyone with half a brain knows that the more education you have, the more opportunity you're going to have in succeeding and passing a test. And there's certain academic skills that you have to have in order to get through the requirements of becoming a tradesman, a journeyman, a master plumber. There are certain academic skills that you have to have, but that doesn't directly relate to a high school diploma. And the best example I can think of, I'm thankful that there was not a requirement that Bill Gates or Michael Dell had a college degree with computer science or they couldn't run a computer company, because neither of them have college degrees. So a college degree or a high school degree doesn't guarantee success. It certainly helps you. And certainly those skills that are required that are taught in high school are prerequisites for advancing in the industry. But these are one of those artificial barriers that if there are those people out there who have those skills, they should not be held back because they don't have a particular piece of paper in their hand. They're either going to pass the test or they're not going to pass the test. We're not going to dumb it down for them, but also we're not going to put up a roadblock to stop them if they're capable of going forward. So that's kind of the thought process, and it goes along the lines of reducing the hours. It's an artificial barrier to entry. It was a recommendation by Sunset, and I certainly embrace it, and I think it's a good one. So Robbie, I turn it back over to you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next rule that I'm going to address is the 22 Texas Admin Code 363.22. The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 363.22 concerning re-examination. The amendment, if adopted, would require examinees who have failed an examination to wait a longer period of time prior to retesting in order to complete a study training period for exam preparation. The goal of these amendments is to provide greater testing opportunities for applicants who are better prepared to sit for the examination and therefore more likely to pass it by shortening examination wait times for these qualified individuals. The amendment also makes grammatical and other changes to modernize and update this rule. In years past, we used to have a waiting period. If you did pass the journeyman's test, you waited 90 days or 6 months before you could retest. The way we did it, we made changes later on that we only required you to re-examine on the parts that you failed on. But you were able to come back, and by coming back so quickly, you were taking the spot of someone who might just breeze through this exam and get their license. So if you come to take your exam and you're not 100% prepared to pass, then you can expect to wait longer to get that re-examination. And again, The amendment also encourages you to advance your studies so that when you do come back, you're not wasting your time or the board's time. You can pass this exam and get that license, because that license is great once you get it, whether it's a journeyman, master, or tradesman. So that's that rule. I'll keep moving on now.
You know, Robbie, is it okay with you if we stop at this point and go back to the first, see if we can, and get you to formally make that motion and maybe get a second, any discussion? And since two of them have to do with the high school diploma, let's address those two first. And,
Okay.
and I should also add that I know in the past that the public has participated in the meeting while the meeting was going on. For the purpose of this meeting and maybe future meetings, the public is going to have every opportunity to say whatever you want to say about any subject at the end of this meeting. So as we go through these rule proposals or as comments are made, make yourself notes, and at the appropriate time, we will open this up to the public to allowing you to make comments. But especially for the purpose of this meeting and all of our new board members, to make sure they have plenty of time for discussion and questions, I'm going to limit the discussion to the board in its entirety. And at the appropriate time, we'll call on the public. So if there's something that we're going through that you want to weigh in on during the public comment time, just make yourself a note and we'll give you an opportunity to do that later on in the agenda. So Robbie, it would be appropriate at this point on item number A, having to do with the elimination of the high school diploma or equivalent requirement for the master plumber, to make a motion. And I would also say on your agenda, there is additional language that says, and amending the required number of years to hold a journeyman license. That is not a part of the proposal, because that's one of those items that was put on there that's in the statute that we cannot change. So if you're looking at your agenda, item number A, the motion will be proposed amendments to Board Rule 22, Texas Administrative Code 363.4 regarding elimination of the high school diploma or equivalent for the master plumber, period. Is that correct, Robbie? Did I? Okay. So if you wish to make a motion in that regard.
Okay. As the chairman of the Rules Committee, I make a motion that the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiner as the board rule is written.
And I would add to that motion, Robbie, that these are being approved for posting on the Texas Register. And if after the appropriate comment time, and after we receive public comment and they've been posted for the required amount of time, those will be coming back.
Yeah, I'm going to make it again. It muted me out. So as chairman of the Rules Committee, I'd like to make a motion that the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners adopts amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 363.4 concerning master plumber's license. And the need to not have a high school diploma. Nina.
Yes, sir. I think you said.
You know what, let me try to clarify that before you do.
I think you may have said, I don't know.
Let me see if I can't fix it before Nina says something. These are what Robbie has done is make a proposal that we approve these rules for submission to the Texas Register. These are not proposals for final adoption, but they are proposed for inclusion in the Texas Register. We'll get the public comment, and then probably 60 days down the road, we'll get them back for final adoption. But these are just proposed rules to include on the Texas Register. Is that correct, Robbie?
That's correct. I said the word adopt, and I meant to say the word propose. I kind of said propose and then switched to adopt, but it's proposed, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You have a motion. Is there a second?
Ben Friedman, second.
I'll second James Ainsworth.
Have a second by Mr. Ainsworth. Any further discussion on that subject? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Justin McDonald, just a question for Robbie. Sorry, I'm hearing myself, throwing me off a little bit. As far as people who apply to be a journeyman or a master, or I guess a master is what we're discussing here, do we have a lot of folks that don't qualify that would otherwise qualify just based on their high school diploma status?
Yes.
I'm just curious if there's a large percentage of folks that would be affected by this, or if it's fairly minimal.
Yes, there would be a large percentage because there's that holds back a lot of people.
Okay.
And so we're hoping it opens it up so we can increase the numbers of master plumbers. We did this already earlier for the journeyman. That was earlier, and that was adopted. Yeah. So we got that one, and and now we're doing the master plumbers. And again, it's my proposal. So we have a
Motion and a second. And let me add further to that. It not only creates an opportunity for those that are already in the system to advance upward, have upward mobility. Maybe there are those who are outside the system who are considering becoming plumbers.
You're muted.
Who say that
you're muted.
I'm sorry. You know, I'll tell you, they're having to drag me screaming and kicking into the 21st century with this technology, but I'm doing the best that I can. What I was trying to say is not only the point Robbie made, that there are those within the system that are not able to move up because they don't have that high school diploma. There may be those that are considering coming into the industry who say, well, there's no use in me even getting into it because I can't go anywhere. I'm in a dead end job. So if there are those out there with those requisite skills and the academic ability to pass the test, we shouldn't have a barrier for them to get in the system and give it their best shot, provided that we keep the requirements for attaining those spots or those licenses. We don't degrade that, or we don't dumb it down to allow them. They're going to have to meet the same standard of someone with a PhD. So
yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Any further discussion before I call for a vote? Kicking into the okay, hearing none. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of adoption of the proposal for submission to the Texas Register, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Robbie, if you'll go to item number B now.
Okay, so then I'm going to go with this next proposal. The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 22 Texas Administration Code 363.8 concerning plumbing inspector's license. So it's the same thing. The requirement for a high school diploma to become a plumbing inspector, we're proposing to eliminate that.
Is there a second to that motion?
Ben Friedman, second.
And I'll clarify, the motion is to adopt the proposal for publishing in the Texas Register.
Ben Friedman, motion.
Is there a second, board members?
I'm hearing Ben on the headset. He says he's seconding.
Okay, have a second by Ben. Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Item number C.
The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 363.22 concerning reexamination to be posted on the Texas Register. And I so move that we, am I muted still?
Yep.
You had administrators chopping us off quickly. Anyway, I so move that the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 363.22 concerning re-examination to be posted on the Texas Register.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Because I have some discussion.
Because I
Lisa,
have
I'm
some
going to call
discussion.
on you
Lisa, I'm
for
gonna
some
call on you
specifics
for
about
some
that.
specifics
Or
about
Bobby, either one.
Ben Friedman, second.
Is there a second to the
Is there
motion?
a second to the motion?
Ben, I think I've seen
Ben,
you
I
raise
think
your
I've seen you raise your hand.
second.
Second.
Ben seconds the
Ben
motion.
seconds the motion.
Before we vote
Before
on
we
that,
vote on that,
Lisa and or Robbie, would you give us the specifics of what time periods we're talking about? If a person comes in, fails all or any part of the exam, what are the waiting times now going to be?
I'm gonna let Lisa address that right now because she deals with this every day. And we see the numbers on the failure rates, and there's a lot of them. So Lisa, if you don't mind, go ahead and address that, what we're talking about here on that waiting period.
and I want to just say,
While you're
looking for that,
Lisa, I totally 100% support the proposal. I think it's a great idea. I have a feeling that there are a lot of people that are showing up taking exams to practice. And when they do that, they're not preparing before they get here. And they're taking the spot of people who have worked really hard to prepare for this exam, and in many cases pass it the first time. One of the problems we have is backup of capacity in order to get people into the industry. So we don't want people taking a practice shot at it. We want them to be prepared. And so as a result, if you come in and you fail it, you'll pay a price, and that price will be time. You will have to wait, and you will give you additional time to study and prepare before you come back in a second time. And you can't come in 30 days and bump someone who's been working for 2 years preparing and is ready to pass the exam. We want people that are ready and willing and able to pass the exam, get here the first time and have a spot. So Lisa, would you give us the specifics about what we're proposing here before we vote?
Yes, sir, Mr. Denton. And Robbie, I want to tag on a little bit on what you were saying as well, too. We reformulated this this waiting period rule to include several different bits of language that I'll go over in a minute. But right now, and I have an additional report to give later on, there's 220 people that are scheduled that are retakes. And those individuals are from 2 times to 14 or 15 times. And that's for various parts of the examination. And whenever you break it all down, it's about 25% of the people wanting to take the exam are retakes. And people are going to fail. That's just the way it is. God knows I've failed at stuff, and I'm sure everybody has in their life. But what we're begging for is for everyone to do preparation and to not use the exam as the tool to prepare for the exam. And that's what we hear people say is, yeah, I'm just gonna take it. I really don't know if I can pass it or not. And, but I'll know how to do it once I try it. And it's kind of an expensive situation, but for our industry population as a whole and for staff, it's a lot of unnecessary work, so to speak. And we were at a 30, 60, 90 day situation before. And what we're proposing right now is a 90, 120, and 180 day. And I know that sounds like a long time. However, and I want to say this, the other language that we put in there, and it's certainly not to deter anybody from taking additional classes, but we also clarified that they're not required to take additional classroom training, but what we want them to take is refresh themselves, get with your master plumber, get with another journeyman plumber, get with whomever that can teach you and refresh yourself so that we can move forward with the situation. So we clarified in the proposal that they don't have to take any more classroom, because a lot of people say, well, I can't get back in a class until such and such time. You don't have to take another class, but certainly if it'll help you pass the exam, take the class. So we think we've got this worked out, and it'll help expedite. It's one of the hardest things we have right now, especially with the pandemic, especially with the number of exams we have. And we think that this will turn the heat up, so to speak, just a little bit. And maybe some people will be really serious when they walk in the door. So that's
Makes sense to me.
what we're looking for.
I think it's a good proposal, and I don't consider it unreasonable. And I think it's a first step toward trying to address the backup we have of taking the practical exam. These people that are taking it 3, 4, 5 times are taking up the space of someone who's worked really hard and is prepared to take it and go to work today. So we already have a motion and a second. Bill, did you have a comment?
What is the current backlog for the practical exam?
Bill, hang on just a second.
Bill, hang on just a second.
I got it.
Bill, try it again.
What is the backlog now for the practical exam?
Are you hearing?
I can hear him on mic.
I hear him. Shall I go ahead and answer that?
Bill, if you would restate it. And the problem is not with anyone but me. You didn't hit the right button. The bill, if you would.
What is the current backlog for the practical exam that we are trying to fix?
Lisa, please.
Yes, sir, Bill. I actually have a report included in your board documents, but I was going to do it later in the exam, but I do want to address it right now because it certainly applies to this situation. And right now there's 895 people that need to take the exam, but 220 of those are people that need retakes. And that's all different types of exams.
And is this a 6-month backlog, or is this a 3-month backlog?
This would be out to 4/22/21, April.
Perfect. This proposal makes perfectly good sense then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Lisa. This is the first.
I was making a comment. Lisa hasn't heard this yet, and I was planning on mentioning it later. My goal is within 90 days to have no backlog on written exams, and within 12 months or less have no backlogs for the practical. And I think that's an achievable goal, and this is the first step to achieve that goal. So I want to just give you a heads up. In my mind, I think we could solve the entire problem in 12 months, the written exam in 90 days once we implement our computer-based testing. And I want these eliminated, and I want it eliminated in 2021. So, okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and thank you, Robbie. We will now go to, I guess we're at H, is that correct?
Yes, I'm ready to do H.
Okay, if you would
Okay, so
go for it.
tab H.
Okay. Can you hear me now? So this is a proposal. The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 363.2. The background and purpose of this is right now in accordance with 1301.4521 and Chapter 53 of the Occupations Code, the board conducts reviews of individuals with criminal background seeking licensure by the board to evaluate their fitness and determine whether their criminal background disqualifies them from being licensed or registered with the board. In accordance with 411.122 of the Government Code, the board is authorized to access criminal background records from the Texas Department of Public Safety in order to conduct such reviews, including the submittal and registration of fingerprints with DPS to obtain criminal background records. On January 9, 2019, the Texas Sunset Advisory Commission, pursuant to 325.012 of the Government Code, proposed a recommendation for statutory chapter changes to Chapter 1301 of the Occupation Code, Plumbing License Law, that would require all licensees and registrars to submit and register their fingerprints with DPS. The recommendation comports with Sunset Model Standards for licensing and regulatory agencies, which promote fingerprint-based criminal background checks over other types of criminal background checks, particularly when the duties and responsibilities of performing work with the license would allow the individual to enter a person's home, and whether the license could injure or harm a member of the public. Fingerprint-based criminal background checks have become more useful given the ability to participate in the federal RAP background program joined by Texas and implemented on January 15, 2018, allowing for near instant notification of additions to an individual's criminal background, including crimes committed in other states. Taking the foregoing into consideration, the board anticipates its enabling statute will be amended during the 87th regular session to include provisions requiring the board to conduct fingerprint-based criminal background checks. The proposal furthers the process for requiring fingerprint criminal background checks and continues to carry out the recommendation of Sunset absent a statutory amendment. While the board intends to eventually impose fingerprinting requirements on all licenses and registration types over time, this proposal only applies to journeyman plumbers and is in addition to the original amendment required for the tradesman plumber license. So I make a motion that we approve the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes to amendment 22 Texas Admin Code 363.2 regarding fingerprint printing of all journeyman plumbers.
And again, this is Frank Denton. Again, this is for submission to the Texas Register for public comment. To give you a little bit of background, as I understand it, and Lisa or Robbie jump in and help me here. This is one that the plumbing board is actually out ahead of the curve. The original idea came up, it required TDLR to require fingerprinting on all their licensees by 2025, I believe. And the plumbing board has taken the initiative and going ahead and started this. They started with the tradesman license. And according to Lisa, we've had a great deal of success and a lot of cooperation from the tradesmen as well as the employers out there getting this done. And I believe that you're virtually done with the tradesmen with the exception of the tail end here that's coming up. Is that right, Lisa?
Yes, sir. We've been full circle on the tradesman license. Not every single person that is eligible to renew has gotten their fingerprints. So you've got some people that are late, but we do know that the length of time it takes to get the fingerprints right now through the company, it's called Identigo. They're a little bit backed up because they're limited to the number of people that can come in and get their fingerprints during the pandemic. So some people had a little trouble. However, as I said, we went full circle because we sent the notice out to the tradesmen a year ago. So they've had a little time. But the other side of the coin is a whole lot of people, because they've been listening and know that they should anticipate each license rank having to meet the requirement, have gone ahead and at their renewal period, we've got quite a few masters that have already gotten their stuff done. So we're ready to go on the journeyman now.
Okay. You know, I think originally the plan was to take these by license types and we were going to
Do the
tradesmen first, which I thought was a wise choice. Then we're gonna go to the apprentices, but in discussion with Robbie and Lisa, we might not be wise to do the apprentice next. And the reason being is I would suspect in your businesses, the largest turnover occurs in the apprentice classification. Those are the ones that are apt to be with you today and gone 2 or 3 months from now. So it's probably the most prudent thing for the agency to do is to focus on those occupations that are pretty well locked in. You can count on a journeyman. If they've worked hard enough to get that journeyman's license, they don't plan on voluntarily going anywhere. So I think that we can get the most bang for our buck out of the, from the agency standpoint, to focus on the journeyman next rather than the apprentice. Because you focus on the apprentice, number one, it's your largest group, but also if you go through that entire big group, maybe 20 or 30% of them won't even be here next year. So the agency has gone to the trouble of doing all this fingerprinting and inputting off a large group of people that may not be here next year. So we think the journeymen are stable enough, and that's probably the best next move. The other reason from a public safety standpoint, and this is my understanding, an apprentice, this is all about public safety, and this has to do with sending a person with a license issued by the state of Texas into a person's home. As I understand it, an apprentice is not allowed to work alone. That apprentice has to be accompanied by or work with a journeyman or master of trade. Am I right about that?
Sir?
Okay. So with that being said, there's very seldom a situation where an apprentice is going to be in a position that they'd be by themselves in a home with anyone anyway. Whereas that's not the case for tradesman, journeyman, or master. So I fully support what we're doing here. I applaud the agency for getting out ahead. This is not something we were mandated to do, but you're doing it. And I think it's a great move on the part of the agency. So I would support it. And I guess, Robbie, you have made the proposal. Is there a second?
Justin McDonald, I second.
Mr. McDonald seconds it. And again, this is.
Are we still in discussion?
Sure, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Just so I fully understand how this.
The individual goes to a company called Identico, and they give them a set of fingerprints.
Yes, I'm familiar with that. And I just wondered if that was the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Correct.
Question, why Identico? Who picked them?
That is the agency that has the agreement with DPS that works with several other state regulatory agencies that we were directed to.
So that's not something we're doing out there on our own. It's something we're
No.
just participating in a program that's already existing. So
Yep.
what does it cost someone to get fingerprinted?
$38.42, I
That ain't
believe.
cheap. It's not cheap.
No, it's not.
But you know what? I think it's imperative, and I think it's consistent with other occupational licenses, what everyone else is doing. And again, I applaud the agency. We're kind of getting out ahead of the curve on this, and I think that's something the agency should be applauded with. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Move on to item number I.
Okay, so item number I. The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 365.14.
Robbie, I'm thrilled to death that I'm not the only person that happens to.
The only person that
You know how
happens to.
dumb
No,
I
I
feel
know.
when I
You
do
know how
that.
dumb I feel when I do
Thank you.
that.
Right.
So, thank you.
I'm surprised.
Well, I appreciate it.
Just
I
for
really
you.
do.
Well, I
Don't think
appreciate
it's
it. I really
going
do. Don't
unnoticed.
think it's going unnoticed.
Yeah, no, I start out unmuted and someone, boom, it pops up. Anyway, we'll start over again. The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 365.14 concerning course year for continuing professional education programs. The background and justification for this is that pursuant to Occupation Code 1301.404,
Not able to hear.
I think his screen is frozen.
For the benefit of those of you listening, we're waiting for all of our connections to get reconnected. And Vina is taking a look to make sure that we've got a quorum before we get going.
Looks like it's back.
yeah, looks like we have a quorum present.
Great.
So thank you, Vina, for giving me the thumbs up on that. So the background and justification here is pursuant to Occupation Code 1301.404. Licensed plumbers are required to complete at least 6 hours of continuing professional education, CPE, each year, and charges the board with authority to approve and administer such continuing education programs, which we're going to talk about later in this meeting. Existing 22 TAC 365.14 establishes a course year for such CPE for which the provider of CPE and their materials are approved by the board each year. Specifically, under existing 22 TAC 365.14, the year begins on July 1 of each calendar year and ends on June 30th of the next calendar year. The amendments to 365.14, if adopted, would change the course year to begin on January 1st of each year and end on December 31st to follow the fiscal year. And eliminate requirements determining when a licensee must take CPE based upon their license expires in relation to the mid-year CPE proposed approval process. And this will take effect on January 2022 if this proposal is adopted at a later date. And so I'll make a motion that the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 365.14 concerning course years for continuing
education programs
programs to follow the fiscal year instead of the adopted year that were adopted previously, and to be posted on the Texas Register.
James Ainsworth gives a hearty second.
Have a motion and a second. And for the benefit of you board members that are new like myself, this is not something that's new that we just popped up this month. This is something that the previous board, as well as the staff, have been working on for some time, trying to coordinate these dates to make it simpler for the agency and simpler for the licensee to understand when they are to obtain their continuing education. It's going to be a big deal for the agency. It's going to be a big deal for the industry. And I look forward to receiving feedback. I have no doubt that there will be some issues pop up that we're going to have to address as it goes. But I also believe that this agency is nimble enough that we'll take them when we get them. Whatever they are, we'll take care of them. But basically, it's to provide continuity between renewal dates and with CE requirements.
CPE, yeah.
So Robbie, where were you?
Okay, so
We've got a motion, we have a second.
Which item you're talking about?
On item.
J.
Yeah.
No, he's on J. And these, again, as the other proposals are for adoption or inclusion in the Texas Register for public comment. So once these are posted, the industry will have an opportunity to give us your written comments during that 30-day posting period. Lisa, do you have something you want to say?
Yes, sir. I want to say this about the renewal date of a inspector. The inspectors all renew in January as a reminder for everyone during this transition period. And as a whole package, the end result, we're probably going to take the inspectors that are also licensees and they'll have one renewal date. So all their licenses go together. So I didn't want anyone to worry that the inspectors would only have 1 month to take their continuing ed. So in the long run, and as we roll through this, that's going to be taken into consideration. So that you can think about that, because I know there's going to be comments. So it's a big package, and it's a step-by-step situation.
Well, and I'll also point out, this is.
I will also point out, this is the first bite out of the apple. This is to allow these proposed rules to be published in the Texas Register. And that's exactly why you post it in the Texas Register, is for industry participants, for educators to bring to our attention any proposed or perceived problems that might pop up. You're looking at an implementation date a year away. So we've got plenty of time to address these things, but I think it's a step in the right direction to get continuity between renewals and continuing education. So with that being said, I think we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my Rules Committee report for this session.
You know,
Just a
one thing
second.
before we
Just a second.
Sorry.
Did we,
I'm about to fix it.
was I,
I'm about to fix
okay, thank you.
it. What he's pointing out is we've skipped item number I. Code additions, updated code additions.
Yeah, no, I see what it is. I'm just
Okay.
trying to find it.
Okay.
Okay.
The reason I skipped this is I don't have it here, but I'm very familiar with what's going on. Thank you, Lisa.
Behind the scenes,
Right.
scrambling around getting.
Anyway, I on the agenda has to do with the Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 367.2 concerning code requirements. So background justification covering the minimum design, installation, and maintenance requirements of a plumbing system. Specifically, the board was required to adopt the Uniform Plumbing Code as published by the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials and the International Plumbing Code as published by the International Code Council. Pursuant to Occupation Code 1301.551, municipalities with a population greater than 5,000 must regulate plumbing within their jurisdiction in accordance with the requirements of the Occupation Code Chapter 1301. Municipalities began this threshold. Meanwhile, meanwhile, may opt in and elect to regulate plumbing within their jurisdiction in accordance with the plumbing code adopted by the board, apply in areas that are not otherwise subject to regulations under Occupational Code, Chapter 1301. Occupational Code 1301.255 authorizes the board to adopt later edition of plumbing code
Mr. Jalnos, I think we lost the chairman. I don't see him.
And I'm unable to hear Robbie.
Hold on just a moment. We're trying to maintain our stability to get to this last rule.
All right, I've got you back. Okay, so Robbie's back.
Yeah, we've got a quorum back.
Give Frank 1 second here.
Almost.
Don't leave me.
I'm gonna do the whole thing over again.
I'm gonna move over here with Robbie while they're connecting mine. So we've got a quorum, so let's push ahead.
Okay, so I don't know what everybody's heard before we got cut off, so I'm just gonna start this over again. The Texas State Board of Plumbing Examiners proposes amendments to 367.2 concerning code requirements. And the background and justification for this proposal is Occupation Code 1301.255 requires the board to adopt plumbing codes governing the minimum design, installation, and maintenance requirements of a plumbing system. Specifically, the board was required to adopt the Uniform Plumbing Code, UPC, as published by the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, and the International Plumbing Code, IPC, as published by the International Code Council. Pursuant to Occupation Code 1301.551, municipalities with population greater than 5,000 must regulate plumbing within their jurisdiction in accordance with the requirements of Occupation Code Chapter 1301. Municipalities below this threshold, meanwhile, may opt in and elect to regulate plumbing within their jurisdiction in accordance with the requirements of Occupational Code Chapter 1301. Pursuant to Occupational Code 1301.255C, the plumbing code adopted by the board apply in areas that are not otherwise subject to regulations under Occupation Code Chapter 1301. Occupations Code 1301.255B authorizes the board to adopt later editions of the plumbing codes required to be adopted under each such section. Existing 22 TAC 367.2 adopted the 2012 edition of the codes effective as of August 29, 2018. The amendment, if adopted, would adopt the 2018 edition of the UPC and IBC to ensure that the plumbing system designed, installed, and maintained in the state use modern material and installation techniques and conform to modern industry recognized standards for function, efficiency, and safety. So we've had that, it took 6 years on the last one. So there is a new code coming out now, but we're going to go back to the 2018 edition and recommend that we all, that the statewide, we follow that.
So this is not the most recent, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
This is the most recent right now,
but it's not going to be.
But there's one in the pipeline, but for the time being, this is the most recent UPC IPC code. And what we're merely doing is adopting that code as part of our rules. Correct?
Correct. That's
Correct. That's
And again, I would remind everyone that this is for adoption and for publication in the Texas Register. And anyone wishing to weigh in on it can do that. So we have a motion from Mr. Jantos. Was there a second?
Mr. Chairman, was this for a rule proposal or adoption?
Do I have a second?
this was,
Venus asked the question.
Venus asked the question.
Was this for,
This
it looks like,
Excuse me, I said adoption is for proposal for inclusion in the Texas Register. Is that what you were going to say, Vinny? But just nod your head.
Yep, she did.
Okay. Is there a second?
Hello?
I'll second Justin McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I thought I was out here by myself for a second. We have a motion and a second to adopt these for submission to the Texas Register. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Bill, did you have a comment?
Yes, please.
You're muted on my side.
No, I've
Are you
unmuted here.
unmuted?
I think I am. Robbie, the 2021 UPC and IPC have both been published. Are we going back to the 18 just because that's what people are a little bit more familiar with?
Correct. We never have the latest version adopted for use. We always go back to the one previous to the, like in this case, that's kind of standard operating procedure.
Thank you.
It gives us, Bill, one other thing, it gives the cities time to write their amendments. So when the 2021 comes out, they're going to be writing amendments. If we adopted it right now, then they wouldn't have a chance to write those to the code.
Yeah, that's a good point. For example, my municipality just adopted the 18 code last week.
Right. Okay.
Any further discussion, board members? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that completes my Rules Committee report, and I think we've made some pretty good proposals out here.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I was muted when I was thanking Robbie for doing the heavy lifting for us, but we do appreciate that. And again, I would remind everyone that these, after submission to the governor's office for approval, these will be submitted to the Texas Register. They'll be posted for 30 days. And I would encourage the public or anyone else who gets word of this to please write Lisa, give her your written comments. Lisa, in turn, will provide those written comments to each member of the board, and we will have the benefit of those before our final adoption when they come back before us again. So again, put your comments in writing, get them to Lisa, and that way your voice will be heard on the board. Okay, having completed our rules portion, I guess we're to item number 6. The state auditor's report on implementation of Sunset Advisory Commission's management actions. Lisa, will you be handling that? Okay. Go ahead.
I've mentioned this before, but I want to go back over how this works. Once an agency is reviewed by the Sunset Commission, then the state auditor actually goes back about a year to 2 years later to get a report to give to the legislature to see what the agencies have done. And so right now they're formulating those reports regarding all the agencies that were reviewed at the same time we were reviewed. And so the format of the report that I gave to you is, it's a little bit dry, but this is, so these are the things I had to click on, and then we put notes in there. And I recently updated this particular report because I knew we were going to work on the fingerprints. And so I wanted them to know that was in there as well. But all that said, one of the first items, can I go down, can I get each item?
Yeah, you
Um,
can, focus on those items that we have not yet completed.
Yeah.
That you'll check off the ones.
Okay, so some of the items in particular were the, rather than eliminating the practical examination, was to establish and partner with a third-party company, which we're in the process of doing that. So my answer back to them is that we're in development. And I also explained to them that we have given many exams in remote locations. While they're not computer-based, they were pen and paper, and we've got the 7 different, sometimes 8 different locations around. And we'll talk more about the third party here after a bit. The other item was the time frame for the continuing education. And so that's implemented and ongoing because that's something that we're working on right now in conjunction with the people that manage the program that we use for our database. One of the other items was risk-based review of complaints. That was done back in 2019. So that was we were able to say fully implemented. The informal settlement conferences, that was fully implemented in regard to an enforcement tool as well. Those rules were adopted quite some time ago, back in May and July of 2019. We also, in case you haven't had a chance to look at it, we talked a little bit about it last week, but they had directed us to publish the whole disciplinary action for a licensee, and that's available on the website under the search of the licensee as well. That was done. And we had put that, I actually went back to them and we've put fully implemented under the elimination for the requirement for the high school diploma or GED. Now that we've went ahead and added these 2 recent proposals, I told them that we were in the process of proposing that, and that would remain as a fully implemented item. So we made a lot of headway.
You did.
But I hadn't had a chance to say I'm excited, and it's kind of like the force is with us, and I've got a whole board. So if we can get this done, we can do it.
You know, I will say, and again, we'll comment about this later, but I cannot emphasize the importance of us moving to computer-based testing by a third-party outfit. When I said that the backlog on written tests would be eliminated in 90 days, that's assuming that we're going to have that program fully up and implemented in 90 days. And it didn't just happen since I got here. Lisa's been working on this a long time. And the only thing I will tell you, it's 10 years overdue. Should have been done 10 years ago.
I'm not going to argue with you on that.
It is going to make such a tremendous impact on this agency that the agency, even you yourself, are going to be shocked. It's going to cut down on the number of telephone calls that are coming in here, because a very large percentage of those have to do with scheduling or canceling or fixing tests. It's going to free up our examination staff. Neil and his group back there were no longer going to be in the business of riding herd on a bunch of people taking a paper test. It's going to allow them to do more. It's going to increase the capacity of the practical exam. I cannot emphasize to you the importance of us doing this and getting it done quickly during the legislative session. It's a showcase item that we need to show that we've taken care of that. And it's going to make a big impact on us. So,
and
thank you for your work on it. I know you didn't start it when we got here. I know you've been working on it a long time, but it's time to pull the trigger.
And based on our conversation with Sunset, and several attorneys, we feel like we're fully, ready to move forward. And our authority to give the exams through the computer-based testing is there within the law. And, we do have some questions about whenever we get ready to move to that next step of moving the practical exams. It's one of the items of authority that we had discussed, and we're ready. We're excited.
Well, and again, we will discuss this item later on the agenda, but it's real important for the board as well as the industry to know a third party is not going to be developing our tests. They're not going to be coming up with the questions, and they're not going to modify our questions. Those will be
It's
done by
ours.
the same people who've been doing it for the last 50 years. It'll be done by licensed plumbers and experts within the field. What they are going to do is to help us to analyze these questions. And if we've had a question that's been asked 1,000 times and nobody has ever missed it, you need to take a look at that question. Why is it on the test? If you, on the other hand, if you've got a question that 98% of the people miss every single time, we need to take a look at that. It needs to be reworded. But that function will not take place by a third-party group of people that know absolutely nothing about our industry. Those type of decisions will be made in-house by experts in the field. That this doesn't change that, and it never will change. So we'll talk about it later when it gets there. But I'm pretty fired up about that. I just cannot tell you the impact it's going to have on this agency. It's going to be big. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. Anything else on the auditor's report, Lisa, before we leave that?
I will say that there'll be a full report coming from the auditor back to the legislatures, and they're preparing that right now. And so this is the draft that goes to them right now. It's not for public distribution.
Okay, well, you should be sure and highlight those things that you've taken care of. I know you will.
I've got them highlighted.
And again, I want to thank Julie and the Sunset staff. I know she took some criticism from us in the industry, but I tell you, we as a board have to welcome anyone that offers a better idea of how for us to do our job. I certainly welcome it. If somebody's got a better idea, I will steal it from anybody, any agency in the United States. If we can steal it and implement it here and make us a better agency, that is exactly what I will do. And Sunset staff has the benefit of seeing a lot of different agencies. So a lot of the ideas they bring to us are best practices of other agencies. Some of them work, some of them don't. But I think the ones that we've implemented and Lisa has worked so hard on made sense for us to do it, or we wouldn't have done it. So I plan in about 10 or 15 minutes to take a 30-minute break before we go forward. Lisa, time-wise, on the Enforcement Committee activity report, can you cover that in 10 or 15 minutes, or you want to put it after?
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Why don't we take care of the Enforcement Committee activity report, and then we're going to take a brief break for about 30 minutes to give people time to make phone calls, do whatever they have to do. Give poor old Kevin in there a chance to breathe. Kevin is our technology guy, and I'm going to tell you, I never appreciated anybody more in the world than I do you, Kevin. Thank you. Having him sitting in the other room gives me a sense of confidence that I wouldn't otherwise have. So thanks, Kevin. He has scrambled really hard to make all this work, and I think he's done a remarkable job. We want you to know we appreciate it. He's behind the scenes, but we really appreciate him. Okay, Lisa, go forward with the Enforcement Committee activity report.
Yes, sir. I included in your documents for you the number of complaints that were reviewed and the total number of meetings. The total number of meetings were 9, and the number of complaint cases that were reviewed was 164 at those 9 meetings. My apologies, Ann. There were 83 administrative penalties that we issued during that time period, and they're broken down on your document for the different types. And in addition, down at the bottom, you'll see the alleged violations that did not have penalty issued, didn't have penalties issued. However, for instance, there were 30 that had warnings. You'll see those as well. And for our new board members, this particular document is a summary of everything that the enforcement committee has done. It's certainly not every single thing that the enforcement department does. And we take these documents and we provide them to the continuing education people after the board meetings because they like to share them, and the plumbers like to hear about that. So
Please let me throw something in here that I want the board to be thinking about as we go through these. We're kind of moving through the items that required action on part of the board, and we're going to moving more into staff reports. And as we go through these staff reports, I want the board to take a look. It is a tremendous amount of work that the staff puts in to give us these reports. And I am inclined, and have talked to Lisa about it, I don't want this level of detail unless we're about to make a decision on an item. If we need historical data or things like this in order to make a decision, so be it. But as we go through these reports, if you don't see value in the decisions we make at our board meetings, I want to relieve the staff of providing these to the board. Now, Lisa, from a management standpoint, she may want to continue it, and that we leave that to her discretion. But they should not prepare documents for us unless we need it in the performance of our job and making our decisions. So for the first time, I'm very thankful we got it because none of us know anything. So everything that you provided us has really been a huge help for us to get up to speed with it. But going forward, as we become more familiar with the functions of the department and the performance of the staff, I would like to see some of these start falling off. I need the board's help in identifying those areas that, why do we even get this type of thing? So I keep interrupting you, but there's a lot of things that pop into my mind.
hey, if it's less work, keep interrupting me.
Well, it may not be less.
Wait a minute, I'm liking
It might be
this.
less report. How about that?
I will say that's good to hear because there is a lot of information on here that I review, Steve reviews, and we look at because we use it for tracking purposes. Over the years, different board members have said, hey, I'd like to see this and that. And so it's became a large quantity of data that maybe you don't really need. And I appreciate that, Mr. Denton. We do like to send these out. And what we'll do is we'll prepare them and we'll give them to the providers because they like to keep their information current. And if we'll have them, if anyone wants the information, we'll be happy to provide it. So thank you. And with that last item, so that we can go to a quick break, there is a summary of the open cases. And that's something that we run fairly regularly. And believe me, Steve knows how many open cases we have, and so do I. And that's information that we can provide at a moment's notice, should you want to know. And as these cases become processed, you'll actually see then the end result of it for which you take action on, which you'll see in a little bit after we come back, which are the defaults and the orders and the penalties and that sort of thing. So, and that's those two items. Would you like to take your break, or do you want the next?
Let me ask, do any of the board members have any questions with Lisa on the enforcement committee report? You know, also, and I don't think I have to tell, these are a group of professional people that they're not bashful. I can already tell you that. But if there's anything that does not make sense or you need additional clarification on, now's the time to do it. Because none of us should go forward making decisions unless we are fully understand exactly what we're doing, why we're doing it, and the ramifications of our actions. So there's no such thing as a dumb question. And if during our 30-minute break, if you want to go back and ask the staff questions about anything that we've covered thus far, I would encourage you to do that. And with that being said, it's looks like it's about 11:58. We will recess the meeting until 12:30, when we will re-adjourn and take up item, where are we?
D.
Item number D on our agenda. So with that being said, our meeting is recessed until 12:30. Thank you. 12:32, Robbie's just returning, and I believe we've got a quorum back where I see everybody, right, Vina? 2, 3, 6. Yep, we got 6 here, so she's giving me a thumbs up. We're ready to go. When we left off, Lisa, you were on deck, and I think we're on the agenda. It's item number 7, D, schedule of applications for approval after revocation.
There are 5 individuals that the enforcement committee has gone through and reviewed their background. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. I forgot I'm not in a real board meeting. I mean, I am in a real board meeting.
It's like sports, we're playing to an empty stadium.
Yes, sir. Now you can hear me, right? We were on the schedule of applicants for approval after revocation. These are 5 individuals that the enforcement committee has carefully reviewed their background. And as I said, they're revocations because they were incarcerated at one point. So they're coming back and basically starting over. If they had any previous hours, they get to keep those hours. They don't lose those, just so you'll know that. There's 5 of them, James Barnes, Everson Brown, Samuel Campos, and Jeremy, I hope I don't butcher his name, Mbibo, and Luis Montalvo, and that's Luis C. And their situations are spelled out in the document that I gave you, and they are ready to go. And the enforcement committee believes that they'll be okay, and they're ready to be back in the industry.
Lisa, for the benefit of the new board members who might not be aware, when a person is arrested and incarcerated, as a matter of law, we're required to revoke their license. It's not optional for the agency. And once they're released and eligible to reapply, they go through a committee, enforcement committee made up of the board, and they review their criminal history, their background, what they've done when they've gotten out. And if and when they approve them, they come to the board, and then we have to sign off as accepting these applications and the recommendations of the committee. And that's why they're on here. For the benefit of those who are not sitting on the board has all the documentation to support this recommendation in our board package for review. And if anytime any of the board members in future board meetings, or this one for that matter, have a question or an issue to take up, feel free to do it. I am a big advocate and proponent of people being allowed to come back and obtain licensure after a criminal conviction. Prior to the COVID situation, I did a prison ministry, and a part of that ministry was to rehabilitate prisoners in order them to re-enter the workforce. So I'm very keenly aware and support people coming back into the workforce. But with that being said, my philosophy is I think we as a board and an agency have a greater duty to protect the public than we do to issue a license. So we are relying heavily upon the enforcement committee to review these and have taken everything into consideration and think they're eligible and should be able to be relicensed and enter the workforce. Is there any questions or comments about this section among the board members? either those in present or those online. Justin?
So just so that I'm reading this right, so all 5 of these people are registered apprentices that they're wanting to get back their apprentice registration. Is that correct? Just want to make sure I'm reading the report right. Well, yeah, but they were previously registered as apprentices and they're reapplying.
And I guess the designation A, does that mean apprentice?
Yes.
That's what was revoked from them, and that's what they're coming back as. And they, as I mentioned earlier, they retain the hours that they accumulated previously. And when they submit their package of information during the revocation, they also fill out a complete supplemental criminal history form. They submit proof of their rehabilitation and any kind of rehabilitation classes they may have taken. And in addition to that, a lot of times, and I can't tell you which ones, but our admin person, Kathy, does a great job on compiling all of their data before they come to the enforcement committee. But a lot of times these people, because it's so hard to go get documents to prove up their criminal history, in many cases, some of them have gone ahead and gotten their fingerprints as well. So they're prepared, they're set up, they're ready to go, and they've met a pretty high standard. And in the event that any of them took any training while they were incarcerated, we'll accept that if they went to Wyndham School or whatever. So they're ready to go, and we put a lot of work into them before you see them.
I am assuming that since these 5 individuals were granted a license, they're not here to comment. Am I correct in that assumption?
There may be some out in the public. I can't see them if they're out there.
If
But
they
we give them
are,
notice of the meeting.
there's an old adage, when you're winning, keep your mouth shut. So they're welcome to speak if they want to, but they need to know that if there's a recommendation, they be issued a license. So my other question, not relating to these 5, what opportunity, if a person is denied by the committee, what is the route they can take to appeal that denial to take a relook at it, just for the benefit of us board members who are new?
The individuals, if they were denied by the enforcement committee, we notify them, and they have an opportunity to wait for a year and come back. A lot of times I will say they're denied because they haven't been out long enough to really show some good rehabilitative efforts. However, if they wanted to appeal it and go to a SOA hearing, they could go to a SOA hearing. And at that point, the SOA judge would issue a proposal for decision, and we would bring that to the full board again.
Okay, so the route of those who are denied readmission would be to file a complaint and go to SOA to argue their case before a SOA administrative law judge. And that administrative law judge would issue what's called a PFD, or proposal for decision. And they would either accept or deny these applicants based upon the testimony at the hearing. That PFD would then come back to the board, and the board can either adopt that proposal for decision and issued by the administrative law judge, or we can reject it and overturn it. But that is not the case here. But I thought it important for the board members to know that there is an appeal. It's not there are no dictators in this organization, including the board. There's always review. There's always an opportunity for appeal. And I think that's important. I think it's already in place. So.
And sir, can I add one thing?
Sure, you can add anything.
A lot of times we might do an informal type of conference, a telephonic conference, or and they'll have some support, and so that support may be family, it may be work. As a matter of fact, if I can recall, there's we were discussing this, I think Ron and I were discussing it not too long ago, but having support through a ministry and support through who they work for makes all the difference in the world. So we look at all of those kind of things too. And of course, if that doesn't do the trick, then they pursue the other avenues of appeal.
Okay. Any other questions on this before I call a vote on the, and it would be appropriate at this time to make a motion to accept the applications for approval of these 5 individuals and to further authorize the board chair to sign these documents on behalf of the board. Is there a motion in that regard?
So moved.
Second.
If you'd state your name.
James Ainsworth.
Mr. Ainsworth.
So moved.
And Justin McDonald seconds.
Mr. McDonald seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Go to item E, cease and desist orders.
These two items are cease and desist that were issued to these individuals. And the cease and desist, just give you a little bit of background. It's a tool that we have in the toolbox, so to speak. And should the individual violate the cease and desist, then we would move to another step of possibly issuing a penalty. And in some cases, they'll get a cease and desist and a penalty. But a cease and desist is historical. So if they go back and do the same thing again, that's going to give you a little bit more ammunition. And certainly we hope they don't do that again. But there might be another step, and I can think of a few cases where we've had to do something like an injunction or whatever, and those would go into Travis County, and it's another whole process to stop someone from violating in those cases. But these you don't have to take action on. These are something the enforcement committee does. I sign them, and we send them to the individual, along with anything else that they might need. So right now, there's only 2 of them. There may be times that we have, a dozen of them. So that's pretty much just informational on that item. And
Lisa, let me just ask you for informational purposes. You have 2 options. You have the cease and desist, or you have an injunction. Under what circumstances would you go to the injunction first for the cease and desist? Because I think there's a higher standard of proof under an injunction than it is a cease and desist.
And just recalling a past case, we may have gone so far as to issue a rather large penalty to someone, and maybe the penalty was administrative penalty, and maybe they agreed to pay it, they didn't pay it. Maybe they're hard to locate in some cases. However, we've gone and caught them again, but the best injunction is going to be preceded by possibly a penalty, a warning, and then an injunction. And those may be some really bad actor where they've gone out and continually proposed to be a plumbing company or something, taken money and continually either take money and run from someone, offered work and put very bad work in. And I can think of a individual quite a few years ago where we had to move all the way to that injunctive level because they continually started jobs and stopped. And that was a plumber. But in addition, we did have an incident where an individual was unlicensed and continued to go out and offer to perform work they weren't licensed nor qualified to do.
Had you issued a cease and desist and they continued to do it, or did you?
The one that has the injunction had been through SOA as well, and then we did an injunction on that person.
Your industry, plumbers have a unique skill set, but they're not unlike other industries. It's been my experience that 5% of the licensing population cause 95% of your problem. And I think that, I don't know this because this is my first board meeting, but I've got a feeling that we've got some frequent flyers that we'll see over and over and over. And certainly the staff is going to see them more than we do. But I think generally, and I think that's why when we get to Steve's report, we need, as an agency, need to really focus on these outlaws. These folks that are operating outside the law, that are doing unlicensed activity. That's not to say that we shouldn't monitor and regulate the licensing community. But for the most part, it's been my experience, most of those people, if they've gone to the trouble to be tested, they're licensed, for the most part, those folks are trying to do the right thing. And I would like to see our enforcement activity really focused on that unlicensed activity and those outlaws who just continuously, time after time, try to skirt the rules. And that we not waste agency resources nitpicking people that are trying to do the right thing, but we use our resources to go after those outlaws that thumb their nose at what the laws and the regulations are. So that's just a commentary, but I lost my train of thought. Did we approve these? We did, didn't we? And we approved them with authority of the chair to sign these documents.
And sir,
Excuse me, we did that on D, and now we're on E, now we're on F. And
Did we approve this?
we don't have to approve them. They were just informational, I believe. Is that right? Okay.
and one thing on the, I want to say this, and we run some different performance measures and just measures to see how people are doing. There's a very small percentage of the plumbers that get up every morning and say, I'm going to go violate the law. A lot of times we find something that it was accidental and, you know, maybe not knowingly, and that goes along with us being able to go out and train them. But the individuals that are truly unlicensed, that is the one that I do remember. That was an unlicensed individual that we had to move for an injunction, and they certainly were worthy of it. So we won't hesitate to use every tool that we can.
Let's move to F, board order administrative penalties paid by agreement. And board members, that's tab 17, if you're keeping score.
And that particular order is an administrative penalty order. And this is a case where we've investigated a complaint, and upon occasion, you may also have a random situation where we found the violation out doing compliance checks. But in most of these cases, there was a complaint that was filed by a consumer, and we've done the research, we have the evidence, we have sent a notice of violation to the individual, and they've agreed to pay. And you'll notice that on this particular order, they've actually paid the penalty. So it's done and over with at this point, and it's an agreement that's been made through that administrative penalty process. And we bring this to you because it does require action to be a final order, but it's in this case, they agreed to it. We worked it out. They paid it. And I'm going to say that most of these people on this list, hopefully you won't see them again, but we do prepare a repeat offender list when the need arises. So you may see that in the future.
Are these, do I have to sign these too? Does the chair have to sign these also?
I actually signed that
So you
particular order.
do we have to authorize you to do that? Or
Yes, sir.
You know, before we leave that, I want to ask.
I don't know that we're, I'm offline again. There we go. Now it's coming out.
Okay, we back everybody here again? 1, 2,
I think I'm still going.
3. Counting 6 heads of board members, so I think we're ready to roll here.
Yeah, y'all keep moving.
One thing I want to point out to the new board members, if you look at your tab 17, you'll see a summary of all these board orders and agreed orders, and you'll see a penalty amount. This is elementary to the staff, but not to the new board members. These penalties are not just picked out of the air and random. They have a penalty matrix for each different type of violation. And somewhere within that penalty matrix, the enforcement people determine an amount of money that should be charged. One thing I've talked to Steve about that's not reflected on this report, because I asked him about what appeared to me to be some inconsistencies in the penalty amounts for the same violation. And Steve pointed out to me, and it's not reflected on this report, the board also has the authority to order restitution. So what you might not see, you may see a $250 penalty, but you might not see a $1,500 order of restitution that went along with that $250 or $500 penalty. And I've suggested to Steve, if this is a report that we have to keep getting, and I'm okay with getting it, maybe he put a R beside it or something to show that in addition to this monetary penalty that comes back to the agency, that restitution was also ordered. So that might answer some of what appear to be, and I think that's what, as a board, we need to look at and question are inconsistencies for same violations. Now, they're not always going to be the same, but any gross differences are the things that we need to make sure. This industry is unique, but it's also the same. If there's one thing that the regulated community wants, they want clear, concise, unambiguous rules and know what to expect. Rules that are easy for them to understand and easy for us to enforce. So that's our goal and our mission, is to make sure we do that. So just that order, or that footnote on these items. So with that being said, are there any other questions before I call for a vote on item number F, the board order administrative penalties? If there are none, it'd be in order at this time to approve the board order administrative penalties paid by agreement and authorize our executive director to sign those orders. Is there a motion in that regard?
This is Justin, I so move.
Justin makes the motion. Is there a second?
Robbie, second.
Robbie seconds. Any further discussion?
I do just have one. Dustin Argumanes, he's done this 4 times already, according to our documents here.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 4th time violator for performing plumbing work.
And in his situation, and Steve may have some more history. I'm sorry, I'm not muted. There we go. Now you can hear me, I think. In his situation, he is one that's going to be a repeat type offender that might be ready to take that next step up. And that's something that the enforcement committee will look at. He might even be a candidate for some type of injunction.
I was going to ask you, what is the next step up?
Let me see which level he's at. I can't remember all of them. Which one was he, Robert?
The very first one on the list.
Hang on. I don't want to say someone's name that's not, didn't have it. There's a lot of people on here. Yeah, in his case, he has the little star by him there. And so his penalty was increased because he was a repeat offender. So that's kind of what Mr. Denton was alluding to a while ago. His penalty looks really high, but if you see, he's got a little asterisk by him. And so he obviously is a repeat offender. And we also have the authority, and you'll see in the matrix, and we can print that matrix out for you, that each time we could graduate that fine upwards.
Do we still have the authority to issue criminal penalties?
Class C misdemeanors. Mm-hmm.
Do we ever do that?
Occasionally.
See?
And we can certainly do them.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying, as Robbie points out, and it looks like they did address with a higher penalty. It'll be interesting to me to see if you collect it. And I'll tell you, penalties are designed to deter future activity. And $1,000 may deter one person. $5,000 may not deter him at all if he's making $10,000 a year being an outlaw doing illegal activity. And I'm sure that the enforcement committee takes those things into consideration, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I don't have a lot of sympathy for these frequent flyers that keep coming doing the same thing over and over and over again. I want to get to the top as quickly as we can on these people and send a message to the industry that's not going to be tolerated. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but.
And bear in mind, in this particular case, he paid this penalty, and it was substantial this time. So maybe that 5,000 is enough to stop it. I don't know.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see, won't we?
We'll see. But I want the staff on people, and I think this is the point that Robbie's making. Let's ratchet it up. Let's get there pretty quick, because this isn't an accident that this guy is doing this. This guy is doing it intentionally. And I'm not just picking on him, but anybody else that's intentionally violating or trying to skirt our laws, I want to get with them. Because you know what? We owe that to the people that are doing it right. We have an obligation and a fiduciary duty to those people that are licensed, that are trying to do it right, to stop those outlaws that are out there on the fringes trying to do it illegally or improperly. So I'm seeing some nodding going on at the board. So I think that we're all in agreement. That's where our emphasis needs to be, on the outlaws, not on the ones you just make a mistake and just inadvertently do something. I mean, anyway, I won't go into.
Chairman Denton.
I talk too much anyway, so I'll leave it at that. But I think we're all in agreement to get there as quick as you can. So.
And on page 2, there's one other repeat offender that has the asterisk by it, and it's spelled out. Steve has it spelled out on there that has previous violations. And it's a little higher as well.
Okay.
So those are the 2 that jump out off the page. But.
Chairman Denton.
Okay, well, I believe that we have a motion. Did we vote on that? Can you, am I on?
Ben was gonna say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ben, I'm having a hard time.
It's okay. Can you hear
Ben,
me okay?
did you have a comment, please?
Oh, yeah, I have a comment. I encourage the new board members to really go through this list and look at who's performing the violations, and if they've got an RMP number next to their name, what that number signifies, because there's some low numbers in here and there's some numbers that have been around for a good 10 years. It's unacceptable that these guys would want to violate the law for whatever reason. But in particular, what you were mentioning about the public having an awareness of these unlicensed individuals trying to sell them plumbing services, I think part of our initiative needs to be awareness with the consumer on what their options are when they're looking to hire somebody, in a very general sense, of course. But I would point you to look at on page 5, the first individual on page 5, Ed Tinsley. You'll see what he did and what he was fined, and he would be a very interesting story to know about, and how this even got this far, because medical gas is, of course, one of the most important parts of our trade from a safety standpoint. That's all I have to say.
The case you point out, they dinged him for $22,000 too. That might be cheap.
It might be cheap compared to all the people that he might have blown up, but this is the document that hits me hardest with why there are people doing this, one, that are not licensed, but two, the licensed individuals that know better. And so we do want to catch those that are unlicensed, but you know, the guys that have got the RMP should be working in a more responsible fashion, so that they don't give a lot of the other plumbers a bad name. We all try to do the right thing in the field, but these guys they're going to need to step up too and represent the trade. That's all I've got to say.
At some point in time, and I said I wasn't going to do any committee appointments right now. That's one that I see in the future, not in the next 4, 5, 6 months, but I can see board members working with enforcement to ensure that we're happy and comfortable with the levels of penalties that we're currently imposing. So although I don't want to do committee work right at this moment, in the future, I think that's worthy of the study. And it's going to require really peeling the onion back and spending some time with staff to get comfortable with these penalty matrix that we as a board, we sign on every meeting. So it's important that we buy in on those. So anyway, Ben, at some point in time, we will address that.
Sir? And that penalty matrix is within the rules. And we could sure be happy to sit and take a look at it. And I think when Steve comes up next, Steve's going to tell about the default final orders. I think he'd be probably happy to elaborate on one of those cases that's on the admin order if you'd like.
Okay. Are we done discussing these at this point? Don't see anyone trying to get my attention, so let's move ahead. We have no agreed final orders. We have no SOA proposals for decisions. And if you look in the item H, you'll commonly hear the staff referring to those as PhDs. It's a proposal for decision. So don't be thrown off by the terminology. It's a proposal for decision, and it's issued by an administrative law judge, not our agency, but a third-party state agency who looks at the facts and sends them back to the board for review.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, I apologize. Did we vote on the board order? I don't think we actually voted on that.
Sorry, let's move back to F and get a motion.
We have a motion.
I
Do we
moved
have a
approval.
second?
I believe we did.
I seconded. Yeah.
Well, boy, you guys are real sticklers for details, aren't you? All right, well, then let's vote on it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I do that sometimes. I guess we will move now to the default final orders. Lisa, is that you again? Steve, where are you, Steve?
Right.
There you are. Hi, Steve.
Y'all hear me okay? This default final order list is a list of those that have failed to respond to the no civil edge violation. So the list that we put as we're preparing the list, we also put out a letter about a month prior to the board meeting. And it's kind of a pre-default letter, like you may give them a heads up on what's coming up, just in case they maybe received it, ignored it, but wanted to make amends before the board meeting. So the original list I made up had a total of 33. I'm not sure what's on your final agenda, but the 33. Final total should be 26.
Steve, we're still, or at least wise the list that I'm looking at still got 33 on it.
Okay.
Well, I guess that what you would need, you're going to have to identify those that come off the list for us.
28.
Correct. That's what I'm going to be doing right now. The first one to come off the list is on under, let me get my glasses. Well, I'll do it without. Number 4, Gabriel Anguilino.
Okay.
That's 2020-01628. Did everybody hear that one?
We got it.
Okay. Okay, and then he actually has 2 that are coming off that list, and that's number 5, which is 2020-01655. Number 22, Nathaniel Robb, 2020-01528. Number 25 is Arturo Rodriguez, 2021-00137. Then there's 26, Eduardo Guzman Rodriguez, 2020-01630. Number 27, Eduardo Guzman Rodriguez, 2020-01658. Number 28, Rodolfo H. Rodriguez, 2020-01656. And that's all.
So to be clear for all the board members, these are individuals who have entered into an agreed order with the agency. And for whatever reason, they have not followed through and paid or complied with that agreed order. Correct, Steve?
It's not, it's the notice of alleged violation was sent out. They did not respond to it.
So we don't have any response at all. There's no agreement in place. They just threw it in the trash.
Correct.
Right, Steve?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm.
Okay, and after that, board members, Steve's, the protocol here at the agency, if they disregard that notice, then they move to a default order, which basically is it's a default order. You didn't show it. Like you're supposed to show up for court and you didn't show up. Well, the judge will enter a default against you. So I guess the best way to handle these, and these I think, Steve, I do have to sign correctly, correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
Okay.
Each individually, yes, sir.
I will
and because
individually.
Just to let you know, these orders are all they'll be entered. Of course, we'll also upload them if they pertain to a licensee to their license.
Okay. The best way, I believe, to handle these is through a motion, and the motion would be to approve these default final orders as listed on our agenda, with the exceptions of number 4, 5, 22, 25, 26, 27, and 28, and authorize the board chair to sign these orders. Do I have a motion in that regard?
James Ainsworth, so moved.
Ben Friedman, second.
Motion by
Milton
Mr.
Gutierrez,
Ainsworth,
second.
second by Mr. Friedman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Steve, what else?
That completes the schedule for the default.
You know, I'm a little confused here, and I think I Lisa explained this to me before the board meeting, but I still don't understand it. We just approved these default final orders and authorized me to sign it. But number I says schedule default final orders adopted. Why have we got that on there twice?
Well, there'll be the individual, which is the numbers that we just went through, the number through 26. You'll sign those individually. Those will individually be sent out to, we got 2 more letters that have to go out, so we're not done. The schedule is all the list on one schedule, which it has to be signed along with these individual ones.
So what this is doing is authorizing the chair to sign them individually as well as collectively under II. Is that correct? Okay, so I guess we need a motion at this. Okay, thank you. We also need a motion to authorize the chair to sign these board schedule of default orders adopted pursuant to 1301.704 of the plumbing licensing law, which is tab 19. Do I have a motion in that regard?
So made.
Who is that? Mark, was that
Mark.
you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Sylvester. Is there a second?
Robbie, second.
Robbie, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now that I know that Ron is such a stickler for me voting on everything, well, I'll have to start calling for a vote. So. Robbie, I guess you're up again. The workhorse of the board here. Continuing professional education committee report. And that's a big one. I'm going to tell you it's a big one. And I'm going to just tell you in advance that our next board meeting, to be determined later today, is going to be devoted primarily to continuing education. Any issues pertaining to continuing education. For you board members new ones like myself, Robbie and the staff have done a tremendous amount of work in cooperation with the industry itself and the providers in trying to address some issues within that segment. And I believe that we might be ready for some possibly some rule changes. We'll look at it and see. But our next meeting is primarily going to be devoted to these education issues, as well as a couple of other things, but primarily to let Robbie follow through with the work that's been done by himself and previous boards on this subject. He is actually, just correct me if I'm wrong, Robbie, when you get there, but I think you actually participated in a town hall type virtual meeting with the industry. Is that
That's
right?
correct, yes.
Okay. And I guess, Lisa, is that town hall available to the board? Or is that a video?
It's a video recording. We met with the.
Sounds like everyone's been muted.
My apologies. We met with the providers and we did record that. And it was a lot of, back and forth ideas and things like that. And I can give it to you in the short form so you don't have to listen to all the other training, because you actually had that too. Be happy to do that.
I don't mean to get ahead of us here, and Robbie, I'm fixing to turn it over to you, but you might consider providing a link to all the board members who want to actually go back and listen to that discussion. I tell you, I listened to 40 hours of dialogue, and I feel I know some of these plumbers, and I've never met them before in my life because of their testimony at the Sunset Committee hearings and at the rallies and things like that. And I feel like I know them personally. So it might be beneficial to provide it both ways, a summary as well as the link for those board members who've got the time to look at that sometime prior to our next board meeting when we're actually going to be taking some action. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Robbie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, under tab 8, the review and approval of the 2021-2022 business or association CBE course provider applications. We received all their applications. They were all filled out properly, and I'll go over the list of those that we want to approve to give CPE courses. First one is Association for the Advancement of Codes, Education and Standards, AASIS. Associated Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of Texas, APHCCT. Bobby Dorrance Plumbers, Continuing Education, Incorporated. Conger Construction Services, LLC. Hydrotech. International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, IAPMO. Jerome Mendiaz, Senior, Construction Education. Johnny Curtin, Plumbing Education. Pioneer Educational Services, Incorporated. Plumber Trainer. Texas Pipe Trades Association. Texas Plumbing, Air Conditioning and Mechanical Contractors Association. And Winds Career Education, Incorporated. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve all these.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear, and maybe it was just me, 8A.
There's a motion to approve.
Venus talking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear Christensen Company.
Well, she's muted, but that might be
Okay,
all
so
as well.
Christensen's been struck. They're not going to do it anymore.
Okay.
They've been struck off the list.
Okay.
Anyway, so motion's in place to adopt these providers.
James Ainsworth, second.
Have a motion and a second to approve these providers. Any further discussion or questions among the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes. Congratulations, providers. Good job. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next, I'll go to B, review and approval of the 2021-2022 individual CPA course provider applications. And all the individuals I'm going to mention have sent their applications in, and they are correct. And so the names of those people are David Applegate, William Huberger, Johnny Curtin, Jerome Mendiaz Sr., Debbie Murphy, Guy Pemberton, Richard Pulaski, Diane K. Villarreal, Joseph E. Wark, and Russell Wyman. And I make a motion that we approve these individuals as CPE providers.
Milton,
Justin
could you get a
McDonald,
second?
second.
I have a motion and a second to approve these CPE providers. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay, C, review and approval of the 2021-2022 CP course materials, applications, and materials submitted by the following CP providers. APHCCT, ICE, and WINS Career Education. I've had the pleasure of reviewing all three of the books that were submitted. I want to make a comment that I think that all three books are excellent reading. And, you know, it's a shame that the plumbers don't all get the opportunity to read all of them, because no two are the same. They're covering all these different topics. And some of the topics are really important for what's going on in today's world. But my hat's off to you all. You all have put out some wonderful books here, and I'm glad to make a motion to approve the three course materials submitted by the providers.
Robbie, am I have a motion? Is there a second?
Ben Friedman, second.
In a second.
Okay. Ben's second by Ben Friedman. Robbie, let me ask a question. As I understand it, these are the only three that submit. Is that correct?
Correct. They're the only ones that publish.
And tell me what this book is used for. It's an approved book or document for the.
So we just approved all these providers, CPE providers.
This is the material they can teach.
Right, and they can teach from any of these three books. Now, some of them, some of the providers, it's their book, so they're going to use their book.
Obviously.
But everybody else gets the options of using whatever book they want. And this is something that the plumbers take home with them, when they're in written print. I don't know what's going on now with the virtual stuff, but they get a written book. I know myself personally as one who takes these courses all the time. I have them on a shelf like a library, and I refer to them often. They're just these three providers do an excellent job putting out these books.
Great. Did we vote?
No.
See that? I'm learning. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Thanks, Robbie.
Okay.
Are we moving to Lisa now on item number D, or is that you also?
No, that's going to be Lisa.
Okay, Lisa.
Yes, sir. This is a report on the disaster relief continuing education markers that we've been providing since last March, when the pandemic hit. And all of to some degree, this has been on the honor system, and people have done great. And but now we're looking at discussing possibly a start and a stop point. There is, depending upon how the pandemic goes, there's some reduced classes. However, the ability to have a virtual classroom is still out there for continuing ed. But every plumber knows that they've got to have continuing ed once a year. And right now, there are still 2,200 individuals that need to get their classes caught up. And when we take those temporary disaster relief markers, which is what we named them, off of their license is going to revert back to an expired status. And what we would like to do is do them in groups rather than just wiping everybody out all at one time of those 2,200 people. So we're asking that those 2,200, and there's actually 2,201 to be specific, that need to have the replacement CPE for 19 and 20. And we're asking that everyone look themselves up, see if they've got a disaster relief. It's public information. If you've got a disaster relief and you don't see a replacement for that continuing education under your license name under the public search, you're one of those people that owes that replacement continuing education.
Lisa, I have a question for you. Do the providers have access to that list?
It's everyone has access to the list. The public has access to it now. It's each person, when you look them up, it shows their continuing education underneath their license. And it clearly says disaster relief CE, and it'll either say 19 and 20 or 20 and 21. And just below it, if you've had that replacement one, it'll show that replacement from, you know, WINS or AACES or whoever submitted it. And so there's no worries. So whenever we take that disaster relief off, they'll maintain their renewal status and be current.
Great.
When we take them off.
I think what I'm hearing you saying, we gave them a pass during the pandemic because they couldn't get in to do in-person classes. But I've gone back and listened to the last 4 or 5 board meetings, and it sounds like the providers have just done an outstanding job of providing virtual ways to obtain these CEs.
And correspondence.
And I mean, I think the industry has responded to this just brilliantly and with a great deal of speed, did it in a short period of time. But with that being said, those things are in place, and it's time we got off the dime and got caught up, I believe.
Mr. Chair, if I can add, for this year's continuing education, I did a online with one of the providers. I won't mention who it is. I did the 6-hour, and I have to tell you that they did an excellent job. And I signed up and was like maybe in their first or second time doing this. And all the providers, from what I heard, have really stepped up and done a great job with these virtual classes, where possibly, and we'll discuss this next time, that these virtual classes might be able to continue as an option for taking your CPE course.
I heard you make that report in July, how good it was and how much you enjoyed it. And I think what I'm hearing is the excuses are going away because the providers have stepped up and they're providing alternative ways to obtain the CE. And just because we give a temporary pass doesn't mean you get a permanent pass. So I don't know what we need to do to make sure to prompt these folks. You know, I hate to get to their renewal date and cancel their license.
And one of the can I?
Although we can, if they don't get in gear, I mean, I guess that's the alternative we've got. So.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
And that's almost where we're going to be come March again. We're headed, that's why we're so concerned about it, is we're headed into March. And when those come off, March, April, May, I mean, there's 4,000 people that we did this for, and just over half of them have done what they said they'd do, and they took care of it. And the providers have done a great job on the virtual. They've all done a lot of correspondence and got them out and back into us really quick. We've sent lists and they've reached out to people. And then the other thing is there's a lot of areas here included. Normally they'd have 45 people in their class. Well, some of them, you know, they've gone down to 15, 20 or whatever to be safe. So everybody has stepped up and done all these things. And I know they've given extra classes where they can, just smaller groups. So what I need is everybody because I hate to get to March and start turning them off.
Yeah, I do. Everybody's gonna think I did it because I'm new.
Well,
but you know what you do, what you have to do, I guess. But you know, one comment I would make about did I hear you say that this list is public of those people who have not yet obtained their license, or do you have to go to each individual licensee to determine that, or is there a list?
There is a list, and what we've done is periodically pulled out some sections of them and sent them to the providers and said, hey, this group, needs some help. And we even went so far as to try to pull the ones out for if APHCC taught them last year, we'd send them to those. If AACES did at WINS and said, hey, maybe this is your client, can you get them done, and sent these little lists out.
So it's not a secret.
And everybody knows.
Oh, it's not a secret.
I see a great business opportunity for these providers to reach out there and solicit some business, because these are licensees whose licenses are at risk.
That's why I asked that question.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
think we
it's-
need to give a proposed date that this stops, because these are just procrastinators. That 2201 are just trying to skirt the system. Otherwise, they would have done this, because 2,000 of them already did. So I think we put a drop dead date on it, and then we revoke their licenses.
The month that we gave it would be an easy way for us to see it, is that month that we gave it in, not knowing how long the pandemic's going to go on, but that's why I
What month
focus
did you
on
give it?
March. We started at March 23rd, so March and April are coming up.
So I would say, March 31st, we're going to have another meeting where we can do that.
Well,
Officially.
I
think that's a
think that's a valid point.
But I will
say this, get the word out, and let's see what our list looks like at our next meeting.
And I would
certainly be receptive to us putting a drop dead date, that you get it done, or you get to
lose your life.
lose your life.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't want
We
that.
were-
to happen. I don't believe,
I'm a
I'm a glass half full kind of
I
guy.
don't believe everyone is trying to.
Believe everyone
I
is
think there are a lot
trying
of people
to
that.
skirt it. I think there are a lot of people that continuing education is not their top priority. They thought they got a slide and they just haven't kept up to know that they got to get them. I hope it's out of neglect and not intentionally trying to do it. But I would hope these providers will help us in reaching out to these people, because the last thing I want to do is someone to lose their license over a technicality. Ron?
Did you have?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, kind of in that vein, would it be worthwhile for the board to send out a letter to those people that still are outstanding? Kind of a friendly reminder, if you will, hey, this is coming up, and there's, plenty of opportunities and of ways to get your CPE and get out there and get it done, and, give them a little bit of time in case there are some cases of where they've just, flat out forgotten it, or, let them know that we're serious about it. And then if it still comes up and we need to take further action, we can.
We're actually preparing to send an email blast out, and it'll go out on our constant contact blast, and it'll say, hey, here it is. And, kind of what we're planning on doing. And then we're hoping that we'll get a lot of them off of there, and then we'll run the list again. And
Maybe at the time our next board meeting comes around, that list will be really down.
I hope so.
I hope so too. But
Something to say?
even that we're trying to help, and we're asking the providers to help us, and we're sending out the email blast, final analysis, these are all grown people, and it's their responsibility, not ours, to keep up with that. They know it. They're seasoned folks. They're not people that are new. So it will be on the agenda at the next meeting, Robbie. So whatever we have to do at the next meeting, we'll do it. But heads up, get busy. So.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report on continuing education.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Audit committee, nothing. What is the audit committee? What did they do here?
The audit
This is
committee
a
actually.
template agenda.
This is the template
Yeah.
agenda, and it keeps us from forgetting items that any committee may have wanted to put on there. And in this particular case, we had an audit committee that reviewed either the third-party audits or any that we were required to by the comptroller. So I don't have anything right at the moment, unless you'd like to discuss it.
The only thing that I would point out to the new board members, I think we did have an outside audit in
Correct.
2018. And that audit, it's significant, and a tribute to Richard, came up with no findings. That's pretty good. Because I'm going to tell you something, auditors are in the business of finding things. They're not in the business of giving you a pass. So I think it's a real tribute to the staff that we went through an outside third-party audit, paid 20 grand for it, and they didn't come up with one thing. I'm not complaining, but I'm bragging on the staff. That's really a remarkable task to do. So, and it also should give us a comfort level that we're not staring down the barrel of some irregularities or a process that's not proper. It gives us a comfort level that we've got a good agency here. So
We don't have a lot of staff, but we've got good procedures in place.
apparently you do, because they would certainly, and I'll tell you, it is a difficult thing, because part of the process they look for is the separation or bifurcation of the money and the licensing and all that. And that's hard to do when everybody's in the same office and you've got a staff of 33 people or whatever it is we've got here. It's kind of hard to separate everything. But apparently they did a pretty good job, because an outside auditor came and looked at it and said, no findings. So that's good job, staff.
Thank you.
Examination department. Lisa, I can't wait to hear from you.
Oh, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about.
By the way, board members, if any of the board members, even that we've got an increased number of board members, if any of you need a 5 or a 10-minute break, if you'll just indicate to me, we can recess for 5 or 10 minutes if need be. So, Lisa, go ahead.
Yes, sir. We prepared a examination report, and this particular report compares the same time period last year to this year. And then, of course, you have the entire year of 20, which seems like it's still here, where we don't know where it went. But anyhow, and it's broken down into 2 pages. And the data that's used to put this together is some of the data that we also use for performance measures, because we do have a performance measure that relates to the number of exams we give and the outcome and that sort of thing. So we run reports, put them all together, then Richard puts them into this format for you to be able to look at. And we also take this information and we share it with the continuing education providers out on a document delivery system there for them, along with the breakdown of what I spoke about earlier, which is the retakes and what's scheduled. And so it's information the plumbers like to know too, and the CPE people. And of course, obviously we want to give it to the board. But just to look at this fiscal year of 21, which was September 1st, 2020 to 11/30, that was the very first quarter, 3 months, or I'm sorry, not first quarter, but that's the 3 months of our 21 fiscal year. And you can compare that to the same 3 months in the 2020 fiscal year, if you'd like there. And you'll notice as it goes on through, it breaks down each license type and the number of exams that they take, the percentage of the pass and fail. And on the second page, it has the totals for all of them. And you'll also see that the exams that we give in the remote locations, for instance, Fort Worth, Houston, Lubbock, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, Dallas, those are on this too. So it makes it a 2-page situation now that we've added all of those. But so same time period this year as compared to last year, we've given 856 this year. Well, that I'm gonna tell you, that's with 3 different shutdowns from pandemic and small groups and a lot of work to get people in every morning and clean everything and make sure everybody's safe. Previously, we did 1,100. Now, for the whole year of 2020, you'll see there's 3,286. And that whole year of 2020, everybody's trying to get through and working pretty hard. but the overall pass rate was 72.4. And we seem to hover right around that no matter what. But it's also broken down by type. If you look up, for instance, let's go look at the Austin journeyman. And those Austin journeymen, and that doesn't mean they're from Austin, I'm saying that's where they took the exam. But those Austin journeymen, it was at 76.1 passing. So somebody was studying there. And they tend to hover around there. But if you look at the tradesman, you'll see the tradesman, it has a tendency to inch down at 69.5. And the tradesman, of course, has the less experience for their type of work. So anyway, it's a nice breakdown. If there's something else that you would like, maybe it look a little different or more information, we can put that together. The very next item that you'll see there is that report of the retakes that I mentioned earlier. And just for those that maybe missed that part of the meeting or they're just now joining the meeting on the outside, I wanna restate that again, that we have 895 people scheduled right now. And we sure hope some of them pass, but right now, out of that 895 people that are scheduled out through, what did I say, March, end of March? April 22nd, 25% of those are retakes. So there's 220 people that are gonna retake that exam, and we sure hope they pass it that next time. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Question. You know, I think in light of March, April, May and pandemic and close down and shutdowns, kept your volume up pretty decent.
That's Saturdays, that's evenings,
It should be, as long as we're behind.
that's Sundays.
That's the way it's gonna be until we get caught up
Holidays.
within 12 months, and then you can go back to working an 8-hour day.
I assure you, they know it.
I know they do, and I've spoken with them, and I'm not being critical of them.
They've done a heck of a
They've
good job.
really worked hard. It's just, we've got to figure out a way to work smarter. And I mentioned earlier about these written exams being outsourced. And this is as good a time as any to throw this in here. You know, right now, we've got examination are dispatching employees out to different parts of the state to give these written exams. And that's taking employees away from the practical examination. These are folks that normally might be giving practical exams. They're now traipsing along half the country trying to give these examinations. Once we put in place this third-party testing, that stops.
Correct.
And those employees can then focus on the practical exam, which in my mind should increase our capacity to do those practical exams and help whittle away. Now, that's not all we're going to do, but that's one of the benefits of this computer-based testing. And as long as we guard those test questions and those questions that are asked on that test in our industry, on our board, and our experts within our agency, anyone can do those tests. And I think you're dealing with a vendor right now, and if they don't get in line and get going, I know somebody that will do it in 2 weeks. So they best get in. If you're waiting on them.
I'm not waiting on them.
Okay. Because, yes, sir.
Just a question for Lisa about exams. And I think we've probably covered this in my orientation or somewhere. But is there a maximum number of times someone can take an exam?
No, sir, there's not.
Okay, because I was just looking at this report and I see, somebody scheduled for their 7th time to take the master test, and some poor person who's trying to become a journeyman is scheduled for their 15th test here in Austin, and that just, if you've, and I admire their tenaciousness and stick-to-itiveness, but if you've taken the test unsuccessfully 14 times, the odds of the 15th being the charm might be kind of low. And so if we're having a backlog issue, that might be one place that we look at it too. Now, I'm not saying we unfairly restrict it or put a lifetime ban on the person if they fail, 3 times in a row or something. But, maybe in addition to the waiting periods, it might be worth looking at, still saying on top of that, you can only take the test, X number of times a year, or, something of that nature, or, after the 5th time, you can only take it once a year or something like that. That might be something for the rules committee to take a look at.
I think that's a valid point.
I think it's a valid point and a point well taken that we should look at, rather than prohibiting someone from taking it. A requirement that they take it only X number of times per year is very reasonable in my mind, because it not only clears out space for those new folks coming in, it also gives them more time to prepare.
Right. And, we're certainly taking a step towards that today with that proposed rule.
Exactly.
But I just wonder if it's something to monitor. I mean, obviously, we've only got one person kind of in each one of those columns that goes out past the 5th time, but that's just something to monitor. And, maybe they need some more time on the job and, experience, at the level they're at. If they're having that much trouble passing the test, maybe they're frankly just not ready yet. And so, while I'm, not for bouncing them out entirely, I think, we can maybe even look at further limiting that in the future.
Okay.
And can I add something about the
Sure.
exam? We offered in Spanish and English, and it will be offered in Spanish and English on the computer-based testing as well. And it'll be interesting to see, and eventually we may have the need to do it in, other languages as well. But one of the things I wanted everybody to realize and start thinking about out there, and I certainly hope it doesn't create any more slowdown, but when they go on the computer-based testing, it's randomized shuffling of the questions. So anybody that's been working hard at learning what to answer in each little section, it's coming.
And, in that regard, that's a good thing. That's the way it should always be.
Yeah, it's not our problem.
Because when we're talking about dumbing down a test, that's going to raise the level that they're going to have to learn it. And I'm good with that.
And we've gone through every single question in the last year and almost every exam and made little changes here and there. And it's going to be a randomized, it's a chunk of questions. And there are questions, so.
I keep talking about this, what a deal it's going to make you. All of you, I guess about 50 or 60, 70,000 people have been through that training center back there, right?
A lot of people.
Well, I guess they've been operating continuously since 1953. So there's not a heck of a lot of plumbers that were licensed. There might be some, but not a lot that were licensed for that. But one of the things that it's going to do is it's not just going to free up people. It's going to free up space. Those, as an example, part of the written exam are those 3 hot water heaters sitting back there. And part of that written exam is they come in there and they're asked questions about those hot water heaters. Well, they're now going to put that on the test. They're actually taking photographs and asking questions about exactly the same thing they're doing back here in the practical exam. So anything we can do to free up space and free up time for inspectors is going to help us. I had one inspector tell me, or one examination person tell me, yes, well, it's not going to save us but 15 minutes. 15 minutes is huge when you look at the number of people that go through that. Yeah, it is just 15 minutes for one person, but you hit it for the hundreds of people that go through that thing, and that's a big number. So, yes.
Well, and you've got, I don't think it's large numbers looking at that list, but those people that have multiple attempts at different license levels do, should we develop some deal of, through these education providers, there are prep courses that we could require them to take a certain course before you come back and take it again.
Can I add something?
And also, I think as an employer, if I have a guy that's failed 5 times, I think I failed too. So, you know, the employers are going to have to take some responsibility in training people.
Robbie, I think you had a comment.
I do have a comment. So I just want, for the sake of our new board members and being a plumbing contractor, for as long as I've been a plumbing contractor, a lot of the production home plumbing companies that are doing all these production homes, they'll hire an apprentice to just set bathtubs. And that guy may just set bathtubs for 5 years, and he's great at it. I mean, he puts a tub in, it's in there, but he knows nothing about roughing in or topping out or anything else, because that's what he does. Well, he's there 5 years. He's got the hours to come here and sit for an exam, and all he knows how to do is set tubs. And that's the same thing with cutting and threading gas piping, or, you know, whatever. They make these plumbers specialists. And so it is on the plumbing contractors to not teach these people so they don't fail so many times. Because I think that's what the situation is with one of these individuals. He just set tubs, you know, and he's diligent though. He keeps coming back. But the point is, we have training in place. There are classes and schools they can go to. So they don't have to completely rely just on where they work, because where they work, a lot of times that's money driven. You know, they're going to do what they have to do to get the best bang for their buck. That's all I have to say.
Gentlemen, you just added another item on the agenda for next time. Examinations and further discussion about this. I don't know that we're ready for any type of rule action at the next meeting, but I would anticipate a discussion concerning our examination program. And even that I don't want to touch the practical examination. It's critical and it's key to what we do here. It's part of our core mission, and it will remain that. That's not to say we're not going to take a look at it. And I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Med gas is one of the things that an endorsement that we can get. In order to get that med gas endorsement, you come to Austin and you take a med gas. Some of you probably have taken that. I realize this is just a small, minute thing, but you know, there's also a national organization that will certify you in med gas. Once you get that national certification, what the hell are you having to come back here and take another test again? Why would we as an agency, if it's a good program and a good test, why would we not accept that national certification and not require them to be tested here? Now, it's been pointed out to me that in of itself is not going to make a difference because it's a very small number. But it gives you an idea of where I'm going and where I need some really good ideas from you and from the industry. What can we do, not instead of what we do here, but in addition to what we're doing here to expand it? And I've visited with the examination people and talked with Neil. And before I get comfortable with it, Neil's going to get comfortable with it. I'm going to just tell you that's the way it is. I have a lot of respect for him. He's worked really hard. I think they do a great job. And I'm going to be leaning on him real heavy to come up with alternatives that we can seek out as other than running someone through here. Not instead of, but in addition to. I even see a private sector opportunity. You know, that somebody out there is running a program that could do the same thing we do for a fee, and it's a revenue stream for someone.
As long as we've got the ability to vet those guys and make sure that they're testing the right things, then that's fine.
Thank you for that comment, because I do not ever see a situation where an educational group are testing their own people and certifying them. That I don't see happening, because I can assure you you'd have 100% pass rate. If you went through my course and I gave the test and I certified you, you'd pass. It'd be the exception, not the rule. So I'm just opening it up for the plumbers and the industry to think about it and bring us some ideas that might be alternatives in addition to what we're doing to help us. I'm going to tell you, this industry has demonstrated a willingness to get outside their comfort zone. None of these plumbers were comfortable coming to Austin, sitting in a dang hearing room for a half a day, waiting to give 15 minutes of testimony. So they're willing to get outside their comfort zone. And I think one of the things I'm asking here is for the industry to get outside their comfort zone and come up with some innovative and different ideas of how to skin this cat, in addition to what we're already doing. So,
Chairman Denton?
Ben, you had a comment.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, is there a way to break down these numbers on the retakes to find out if they're coming from general construction or if they're coming from service? How that might relate to the training opportunities in the future?
I have a comment on that.
Robbie.
Ben, that's a really good point, and I had written down right now that on the applications for whatever they're applying for, tradesman, journeyman, master, that we have a yes/no checkbox. It says, do you have experience in rough in, top out, fixtures, service, and they do these checkboxes, and if they got no's next to them, it's a flag for us that, hey, these might not be the right candidate, and we can give them back information saying, why don't you polish up on fixture setting? Because, you're going to have to know how to set fixtures to be a plumber, but a simple checkbox like that on our applications could help a lot.
All these are great ideas. Write them down and bring them to the next meeting because we're going to talk about them. And I want to caution myself and the rest of the board. All these things that I'm talking about are great ideas. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. We have to keep in mind and promise the staff. I can see right now that someone's saying, yeah, all those are great ideas, but I've got a stack over here this tall of applications I'm trying to process to keep the train on the track. We've got to keep in mind that we're asking a lot of staff. So when we come up with all these great ideas, we've got to remember that they've got a skeleton staff and we are counting on them to keep going with what we're doing in addition. So we're going to have to be really selective to what we do or change to be sure we don't overburden our staff to where they're not taking care of what they have to take care of every day. So if there's staff listening, I'm very mindful of that. But I've also met the staff and I'm impressed with the staff and I think they're up for the job. I think they're capable of doing more. And I'm going to tell you, you're going to be so proud in 6 or 8 months of what you've accomplished here and the changes we've made for the better, that if you're thinking about going to work for this plumbing board, you better get on board because it's going to be fun and you're going to want to be a part of it. Because it's going to be some pretty remarkable stuff and I'm really excited about it. So staff, don't have a heart attack, but we're expecting a lot out of you. So, but I know you can do it. So one thing, I think our pass rates are not unacceptable. Does anyone, you look at our pass rates, it's 70%. But it doesn't pay. I mean, it's within 3 or 4%.
Yeah, we've had times though where it's like in the 50s for the tradesmen and stuff. So, yeah.
It's high on. I said I'm not going to go into the details. We might next time, but not today. But I used to have a director of education, and I used to always be hammering him about pass rates. And he used to make me so mad because when he'd look me right in the eye and he says, Mr. Chairman, it is what it is. In other words, if you want to dumb the test down and make it better, well, that's up to you, he said, but it is what it is. And we're not dumbing the test rate down because I don't deem it to be unacceptable at 65, 75%. If it was too high, it wouldn't be doing any good. If it was down in the below 50%, then I would say we probably ought to take a look, see if we're being realistic. But I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I'm not uncomfortable where we are on that. So, Lisa, what else on our?
I could go on and on, but I'm not.
Well, save it to the next meeting because it's going to be on the agenda. We're going to talk about it.
But we've got staff has a lot. I just want to say there's staff does work really hard. I wanted to say staff does work hard and we have lots of ideas and having a good support mechanism and helping us look as good as we can look, I hope will encourage some people to come to work here in some of the positions that we have open. I think that was a winning statement, what you just said.
Didn't just make it, I meant it. I'm telling you, we're fixed. You know what I visualize? 2 or 3 sessions from now, 4 to 6 years from now, Brian Francis at TDLR may be scrambling around trying to figure out how he's going to replace the void when they're trying to send the electricians and the air conditioning contractors over to the plumbing board to form a builders council. That's not a short-term goal, but it's how much confidence that I have in this agency. We've got the core ability and the critical mass of numbers to really build this thing. When I was at TDLR, we went from 100,000 licensees to 600,000 licensees in a period of 10 years. And we did that because we created a culture within the agency that good enough was never good enough. Every time we perfected something, the first thing we did, we started trying to figure out a better way to do it that we could do more efficiently with more volume. And that potential is here. And like I say, some of these days, we may be on the receiving end of this instead of, you know, I always want to see, we always get an invitation, but the next time we go to the legislature, I want to seat at the table. I don't want to be on the plate. And that's what we've got to make sure of. And that we do that by tending our own business. I can't see that for her. Lisa, she's holding up a sign. I can't see that for her. Just say it. What you got?
I was going to ask you to consider maybe a 5-minute break because the next item that we have is Steve's enforcement items, but then Richard has quite a bit of finance today.
So it is 1 minute till 2 in the afternoon. Let's take a 10-minute break till 10 after 2. And we may have already lost our public. I hope that we haven't, but I'll promise you, I haven't forgotten about you. Okay. If you were wanting to talk, you're going to get your chance to talk, but be patient with us because this is a new board. We're all trying to learn what's going on in the agency. So we appreciate your indulgence and your patience with us, but we'll get there.
Thank
so
you, Frank.
It's 2 o'clock and we will be in recess until 10 after 2. Don't we?
Yes.
Vina, do we?
I count 5 board members.
Okay, everyone is getting back to their seats now, and we've got a quorum again. Yeah, I want to make a comment before we go to the next. I want to make a comment. That's all I've done is make comments. I've said a lot of things today about today being the first day of the next 75 years of the plumbing board, and I meant every single solitary word of it. But there is something I want to share with the group. You know, the legislature is going to do what they're going to do. And they may reauthorize us and they may continue us in some shape, form, or fashion with some restrictions or without. And you know, that sunset bill to move you to TDR is still out there. So it's not outside. I don't want to lead anyone with a false sense of security that couldn't happen. It could. It could. With all our best efforts and everything we're going to do, the legislature's got a will of their own. But for the board, we don't need to be concerned with that. What we need to be concerned with is dealing with the issues that we're able to deal with. We are prohibited by law to get out and lobby legislators. We can't do that. But I can tell you this much. If they decide to send this agency to another agency, it won't be because we failed to act. It'll be for some other reason that they're going to use. So And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be totally honest with you. If that happened for the employees and for the industry, it's not the end of the world. I believe we can deal with every issue that's come up, but in the event that that happened, then this board's focus would change. We would ensure that our employees are embedded within that organization in key spots to ensure that the interest of our industry is protected and the things that are important to us are incorporated into this other agency. But I'm not going to give that 2 seconds of thought at this particular point in time. But it is worth mentioning that I don't want to, all these things I'm saying and that we're doing are things that we're doing, but the legislature are ultimately the ones that are going to make this decision. So it's not our decision to make. But if they make a decision, it's not going to be because this board failed to act or respond. So, and that's the only thing we've got control over. And we talk about needing more money and needing more people. All that's absolutely correct. I don't disagree with any of it. But the fact of the matter is we don't have it. And what we've got to focus on are the things that we can do with what we have today and the resources and the people and the money. And pick some of this low-hanging fruit that's out there. We don't want to be guilty of what I consider at the medical board a dreaded disease. And that's called analysis paralysis. You analyze something so much for so long that you just absolutely can't make a decision on it. So we're going to be prudent in everything we do, and we're going to be selective in the moves that we make, but we're going to pull the trigger. So are we down? Steve, are you there? Yeah, there's Steve. Steve, I believe it's to enforcement.
Okay. Just a real quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were on the medical board at one time. What does it mean when you got a really sharp pain going down your right arm? Just a joke.
Steve, I'm kind of like that guy that I'm an expert because I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night. Well, that's kind of where I fall in that category. So,
okay, I just had to ask that. Field activity report, pretty self-explanatory. We've done. It's been kind of a no-go on some of our, especially on our outdoor activities. We still maintain the fact that we're going to go out if we need to go look at a situation that's a potential health and safety. If we just feel like, that there's something maybe there that we need to look at, we're going to go ahead and go on out using our proper protocol and the PPEs that's been assigned to each field investigator. But having said that, we also are trying to be safe and keep others safe as well. So, again, we're just doing what we can do during this time. But to make lemonade out of lemons, we have used this time to also work very diligently on our consumer complaints. And that's what has been our focus on reducing our resolution time, bringing that down. We have been working on that for the last three and a half years, just doing whatever we could do to get to the point where we're at now, and we're still not happy, but we can see that we're on the right track. Field activity summary.
Steve,
go ahead.
What is your resolution time currently today?
Into this quarter, it's 3.5 months. So on an average, when we get a complaint, it's we resolve it within 3.5 months. Again, that's average.
I don't find that to be out of line. And I think it's important to note in July, Steve reported a resolution time of over 6 months. So between July and January, he's reduced that almost by 50%. And that took a lot of work.
Well, it's not something that happened overnight. So don't
pretty quick.
Ever think that. It's been a focus. It's been a burr under my saddle for a long time, and it's taken. Again, we had to close out a lot of old ones to get to the point we're at now. So I think right now our oldest complaint is a little over 5 months old, and that's our goal right now, to keep it at that. And then I want to see 90-day turnaround. So that's
Steve and I have laughed. Steve and I have talked about this. State agencies play games, and other agencies that I've been with, you come up with these numbers based upon the settled cases. Well, the way you make your numbers really look good, you start settling the cases that coming in today, and that brings your averages way, way down. But it doesn't tell you that your older cases are getting older and older and older. But Steve has done it the right way, and he and I have talked about that, and he's keenly aware of it. And I think he's always done it the right way. But that's why his numbers didn't drastically turn around, because he took them off the top of the stack. If you want to really make your numbers look good to the LBB and people like that, and the folks that are watching stuff like that, you start settling the case that came in yesterday, you settle it this week, and that makes your numbers look outstanding. So Steve's doing it the right way, and I have confidence in what he's doing, and I applaud you, Steve, for bringing those numbers down. That's a big accomplishment.
Well, I still have complainants calling to know why we hadn't finished it in a month. So, we're doing a lot better. I'll just leave it at that. I can go over these numbers with you on the field activity summary report. We do have comparisons in parentheses at the bottom. Political subdivision contacted 80, individuals contacted 723, unlicensed, unregistered 57, compliance checks performed 1,364. And again, that's the guys getting out there and probably a little stir crazy and wanted to get out. Licensed and or registered persons found 198. Political potential violations found on compliance checks 36. Investigations conducted 160, and CE classes that were monitored was 4 for the quarter. Like I said, you're not going to find just a blanket job description each one of the field investigators do. I mean, they have their job description, but they also all have their own strengths and they have their weaknesses, just like we all do. And they're also in areas in which maybe they don't get as many consumer complaints. So just like maybe Paul Hernandez and Delwyn, they may get more of our advertising complaints. They can get on Facebook, they can do some research there. They may do more of the warnings, cease and desist. There may be violations, pertaining to those as well. But so you're going to see a lot of differences in some of their numbers, but they're all out there for the most part. We're all pretty consistent at what the oldest complaint is, and again, we're right there at the 5-month mark. And again, we're not happy with it, so we're gonna keep pushing on. As far as I think. So,
let me interrupt you and ask you a question real quick. I keep seeing things. You found these and found. Does this agency do sting operations where we're not out looking for unlicensed activity?
Yes.
We're setting up, letting them come to us. Do you do any of that type of stuff?
Yes, sir. In fact, we had one set for November in an area that it went red on us. So, with COVID, so we had to pull off of it. I've got 2 waiting just for, I want to get some advice on, what potential risk would be if we go ahead and go do it, because we're bring people in. That's what we do. So if they're advertising, offering in an area and there's been a problem, we a lot of times have plumbing inspectors give us calls, or even plumbers give us calls and offer us places in which we can do the sting operations. But again, it's a process, and we spend time on it. It takes, a month or so to plan it ahead of time. And, we contact local law enforcement and things like that. But with our numbers and with our complaint loads and with all the work that we have right now, our choice has been to set them up, get in there, get them done, and get out. So we don't spend a lot of time bringing in the media. We don't do a lot of those things. We just get our numbers, and then we get out. And we find that a lot of the information that we were there does spread very quickly. So we've got a lot of positive feedback from especially the local plumbing inspectors that have really appreciated us coming in, and it said it makes a difference when they know that we're gonna do that. So, but again, we're gonna hold off until everybody's comfortable with us being safe and us not causing any issues with the pandemic.
Steve, I am trying to avoid bringing up the T word, but do you ever partner with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation? They regularly and reoccurringly do sting operations on electricians and air conditioning contractors. Have you ever thrown in with them to
I think
leverage?
Lisa has in the past, but we haven't gotten. We've made requests, but we haven't gotten hooked up with them. Put it that way. Now, I'm sure right now, if we were to ask them if they had anything that they would offer us, but as of right now, we just, again, when we find something, we get it set up. We have to do a lot of legwork as far as getting lists that we're going to contact, do research on either Craigslist or Facebook or local plumbers that are providing us with the information. We keep folders. If we can't make contact on maybe a advertisement that's sent to us, we know that we need to get them contacted, then we're going to keep them in a list, keep them in a folder. We're going to call them out, and we're going to try to get them that way.
Were you participating in the meeting when we were talking about unlicensed activity and the emphasis on that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. We got a lot of board members shaking their heads in affirmative on going after unlicensed activity. So to the extent that you're able, that should be a priority for you. I think that's what I'm hearing the board say.
I've actually got a breakdown on these things that we have performed, where we performed them, the dates, the numbers that we called out, the amount of money that we've collected. So that's all available. And again, we're always asking, anytime we go to a function, we let the plumbers and inspectors know if you got some place for us, that we'll be glad to use it. I think that TDLNR has been, in the past at least, said that the things that they get are usually just commercial. They haven't had any access to residential. So I was talking to staff over there just last week that maybe I want to team up with us, instead of us team up with them, and maybe come out and maybe do a sting in a residential setting.
Leave that to your discretion, but there's no sense not leveraging the ability of both agencies for maximum impact. So, Steve, let me ask you a question about this report you sent us, this field activity summary report. Is that a report that you use regularly or reoccurringly to monitor your activities as a management tool, or is that something you prepare just for the board?
No, this is really just something I prepare. It's prepared for the board. It's numbers that they enter. I call field reps every day. I know what they're doing. I know where they're doing it.
What do you have, 7 now?
Yes, 7.
You got 1 opening in El Paso, correct?
Correct. And then another one in Houston.
So you've got 2 vacant spots.
Correct. And we'd like to fill them.
I asked the board, this is one report that it's interesting to me and I like it, but is it something that we need on an ongoing basis? This is one of those that I would be real comfortable with Steve giving me two numbers, the number of outstanding cases and the turnaround time. I'm not sure I'm not asking for a decision today from the board. Just be thinking about it. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry to
Well,
interrupt.
it's something we're gonna produce, no matter what. Just in case, we got, CPE providers or, anybody else that wants that type of information. Now, the comparisons, that's what we did that specifically for. I think one of the board members in the past wanted to see that, so we added that.
Where is that?
There, it's on the field activity summary report. Beside each number, there's a parentheses with a number,
okay.
and
I see.
it relates back to. And like I say, if we had a field investigator like Paul that maybe wasn't even with us, he's going to have a lot of zeros. But I think Paul's about almost got a year in. So.
Well, yeah, and I can see you might want this report for your own management activity. And if you're going to produce it anyway, I don't guess there's any reason not to send it.
It's something that we need. We need to have it.
If you're using it in your daily
totally
activity, then I'm not suggesting you delete it. So go ahead, Steve.
And I think there was a mention about med gas violation earlier. I can't remember who made the mention, but that, if you're interested in that particular case, that's really just, that fine was pretty much a drop in the bucket from what the contractor had to dish out. He had to completely take out the whole medical gas system in a hospital and replace it. It was a long case that Dale and Derek did the investigation on, did a really good job, and we assisted one of the inspectors up in the Panhandle area, and but it was one of those eye-opening cases, and made us really realize that there's probably a lot of oversight that medical gas installations really need. So we're going to pursue those, very diligently. And anytime anytime anyone needs assistance, plumbing inspectors or whatever, then we're more than happy to come out and assist in that. So. I don't know if that answered.
We've got a 4,000 med gas endorsements, which I thought is pretty high. That must be a big portion of the plumbing business.
Yeah, there's a lot of medical gas being installed. Some of it's just something as simple as what dentist offices, things like that. So there's a lot of those going in.
It's just amazing how far this guy got in the system before he was caught.
Strip centers and things like that. Yeah, well, but it was an out-of-state contractor too, so. Is there any other questions? I think we might have froze up.
No, you're coming in loud and clear. Board members, do you have any questions of Steve on the enforcement side?
Yeah, I've got something.
Yes, sir.
I'm not as active on Facebook as I used to be, but I do monitor all of the plumbing Facebook groups and try to keep up with what they're talking about and what their concerns are. One of their big concerns is enforcement, and there's an actual Facebook group dedicated directly to enforcement, and people are posting pictures of cars with with plumbing markings on them, with no license, that sort of thing. I know that the board, the enforcement group in particular, Steve and his group, have done a great job in going after those guys. I don't think that that gets noticed enough in the public, the general public of plumbers on Facebook or social media in general. So I just wanted to say that out loud. As it relates to the stings, those are a great idea too. You had mentioned that you don't really contact the media, or the media isn't involved once these stings are taking place. Is that just to stay under the radar, or just not to interface with the media at all?
It's a time thing. Again, when we go out, we're just ready to go. And if,
Right,
if
right,
we have
but
to coordinate with, with another group, and, if we need to do that, we'll do it. But when this all first started, it was, we got an offer. We worked hard to get everything up, get our cameras and stuff in place, and we started making calls. And it's not an exact science. It's not something real pretty.
Oh, no,
And I'll be
I'm not
real
saying
honest
that.
with you. Some of the places that we've been in, I don't know if we could get a news reporter to come out, because it was in the winter with no heat. It was in the summer with no air conditioning. Now, we had one place that was really, really nice. And you probably know about that one, but
I was just thinking, if the media was to pick up on a sting, that it would be, great awareness for the consumer that these things are happening, and that they need to be aware of who they choose to do their plumbing work, particularly in the residential side.
Yeah, and I can see that. It was just all about time. It's just,
oh yeah,
what can we do quick, get in and get out. So
yeah, just in case they pick it up.
But if we, and if we get our, we got focused on consumer complaints. We're focused on, again, the, advertising. I get stuff, like you said, I got plumbers that send us stuff every day. I've got 5 or 6 fully filled out general complaint form, anonymous complaints and it's a lot of them are in the Houston area that are sending me stuff. So we're getting some really good stuff now. We're getting, they know to take pictures and try to get the plates. They know to, get the whole side of a vehicle. They know that, we need that advertisement that actually offers plumbing.
Right.
So it's getting a lot better. But
it has the general social media group or contingency has done an excellent job in providing as much detailed info as possible, including starting to file formal complaints, which is how things get done.
Right, exactly.
So,
like I said, we get formal complaints all the time that people fill out the proper paperwork. They give us the right information. We pursue those. But when I've got to do a lot of hunting, I'm happy to do it, but it just takes up a little more time. I have to search, public data and things like that. It's not a big deal. It just takes up time, and have to be sometimes selective in what we can take in and what we can't.
Well, thanks for all that your group does. I know it's working up here. So
thank you.
Ben, the point Ben makes, though, is a good one. To the extent that you're able, the publicity will be a huge help, not just for the consumer to let you know what you're doing, but it'll be sending a signal to those outlaws out there that I best be careful about engaging in unlicensed activity. I might be walking into a trap. So the more you can do to publicize those things helps you, not just from the consumer standpoint, but from the outlaw, deterring the outlaw from doing it.
Right.
And I know there are a lot of things to take into consideration, but I like sting operations because we're not out chasing them down. They're coming to us. And I've seen some really good results out of sting operations, but that's just one tool.
Well, Lisa, that's what, I'm sorry, I was just going to say that's something that Lisa's, ever since she's been here, that's what she wanted to get back into. And so, we started, doing, putting the feelers out and what we need to do. I made calls to different places and to, to get the information on the best way to go about doing them. And, but like I said, we've done several, and over the last, 3 or 4 years. And, it's generated, a pretty good amount of violations. And surprisingly, paid penalties too. So. Is there any other questions or?
Board members, any other further discussion or questions? Thank you, Steve. We appreciate the work you're doing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I guess Richard is next. Is that right? Financial. And while Richard's teeing up there, getting ready
That's
to
correct.
go,
I'm ready
the
to
new
go.
board member should be aware that the money that is collected on fines does not go into the budget of the agency. That's a direct pass through, and we're not allowed to use that revenue that's collected from fines in our operating budget. And on the one hand, it sounds like, well, that doesn't seem right. But on the other hand, I will just tell you, that's good public policy. You do not want the traffic cop funding his budget, whether he gets a raise or a new car, based on how many tickets he hands out. So even it's strictly as a deterrent, and it's not to bolster our budget, because we cannot use those funds in our operation. So, and it's good public policy. Richard, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman Denton. The financial statements, I believe, are under tab 27. Page 1 has 2 schedules. The first schedule shows our original fiscal year 2021 appropriation for the board, plus any transfers and additional revenues we've received, and what the board ended up spending in each strategy for the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. And included in the first schedule, you'll notice the 5% budget reduction by state leadership due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We set that money aside up front. The second schedule on the page shows the agency expenditures by category so far for fiscal year 2021. If we took out the 5% budget reduction from the equation, our percent expended would drop down to 21.8. Theoretically, we'd be about 25%, so we're in pretty good shape. On page 2, the board has a pretty strong first quarter in collecting the revenues. Our license renewal revenue increased by 7.5% as compared to the first quarter of 2020, and that was before the pandemic. That's up through November 30th of 2019. Our examination application revenue for the first quarter of 2021 has dropped about 10%, most likely due to COVID. But keep in mind that our examination revenue is less than 5% of the total revenues that we collect. It's
a good
actually
number to
about
know.
3 or so. I'm sorry, sir.
I said that's a good number to know. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, but I mean, most of it is license revenue. That's our bread and butter. That actually gets deposited directly into the state general fund. So overall, we're about 9% higher for the first quarter of 2021 as compared to the first quarter of 2020. A reminder for the new board members, these revenues don't go to the plumbing board, as you were saying just a minute ago, but directly into the state's general fund. Page 3 shows the number of license, registration, and examination fees received for the first quarter of 2021 as compared to the first quarter of 2020. And on page 4 is a revenue analysis by month for the first quarter of fiscal year 2021 as compared to the previous 5 years by month and by year. I believe under tab 28 is the annual report of non-financial data. And that report it was filed timely last month. It's due by the end of the year, of the calendar year. And submitted to the Legislative Budget Board and the Governor's Office. and I believe you've already received a copy of it by email. It's actually kind of a hodgepodge of several different types of reports. The first one shows the appropriation items that were transferred within our strategies. There's also our annual hub report, which shows how well we did purchasing supplies and items from historically underutilized businesses. We typically do quite well on our hub numbers as opposed to other Article 8 agencies and the state as a whole. The next report shows indirect cost that do not.
I could, I mean, if you're stalling.
Oh, did somebody have a question?
Yeah, no, they were just not responding.
I think Steve's mic was on. Okay, the next report shows indirect costs that do not come directly out of our budget, with the exception of most of the payroll related costs. And there's also the professional fees report. The professional fee was the cost of our financial audit that was completed in fiscal year 2020. We have no consulting fees or legal service fees. And then there's the schedule of space occupied, all about our leased building, and the schedule of state-owned vehicles. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report. I'll be glad to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Did you hear me brag about you about that audit?
Yes, I did, sir.
Good for you.
It wasn't just me, it's Albert. It was Albert and Myra as well.
I realize that. But you're the one that's showing on the screen right now, so you're who I'm talking to. So, you know, one thing, talk to us just a minute. I think it was Representative Flynn during one of the hearings made a comment that he gets hammered all the time by his constituents claiming that a fee is just another tax. And I happen to be one of those that believe that also. I might be one that would hammer him also, because I believe the fee that we charge is just a tax. It's another three-letter word for tax. And I was pleased to see that I guess we reduced the master licensing fee by $100, wasn't it? Which was about $1 million.
I believe it went from 420. Yeah.
Say that again.
It went from 420 to 300. I'm sorry. I believe it went from 420 to 300.
So $120. That's significant. And
for the responsible master plumber.
That resulted in $1 million.
It's $1 million in revenue.
Yeah. And for the new board members, that is shocking, that amount of money. But because the board has been raising something like $2 million more than what it takes to operate our agency, we're not financially impacted by that. Am I correct, Richard?
That is correct. That is correct.
What it does,
the state,
it reduces the amount of money that goes into the general revenue fund, and I'm not unhappy about that.
Yes.
So, you know, we've gotten very little credit for the additional money that we contribute when it comes to appropriation time. We have got to charge fees in an amount equal to the amount of money that it takes to run our agency, plus any additional fees that we might be requesting as a part of our appropriations. We've got to demonstrate to the legislature that we not only have the revenue to cover our costs, but also any future costs that we're asking for. But gentlemen, the new board members, anything you knew from the private sector, forget it. From a financial standpoint from our state agency. At the medical board, we raised $51 million to spend $5 million. The rest of it got swept and went to the general fund. So just because we raise additional funds doesn't mean, well, gosh, we got an extra $1 million. Let's go out and hire 20 new employees. It just doesn't work that way. The legislature determines how much we spend by strategy. I mean, they even get down to the strategy. So we've got to demonstrate that we are good stewards of that money that we're given. And once we demonstrate that, then we've got a right to ask for more, and they've got a right to tell us no. But I think it's important with that big reduction in fees, which I'm thrilled to death you did it. It's not going to impact our budget going forward. We're still raising a sufficient amount of money with the fees that we're charging going forward. So, Richard, is there anything in your report that you would think that's a red flag to you that you would suggest the board focus in on that's bad news or troubling to you?
Not at this time. I mean, revenues are good. They're strong. 9% increase since the first quarter of last year. I mean, we look at this and run reports every single month and look and see where we are. So we know, especially with that page 4 on the revenue analysis by month. I mean, we can compare a month to back 5 years, and or to the previous fiscal year. And we did a little bit less last fiscal year, but it was all kind of in the month of August. We kind of it just kind of dropped off for some reason, and then it turned around and picked back up in September and October. So right now we're still doing pretty well.
So financially,
I don't see any red flags at this time.
I have a question for you, but I think you might have answered it. What percentage of revenue comes from examinations?
It's about 4.4, but less than 5%.
That makes me feel good, because when we start this computer-based testing, that revenue will no longer be coming to the agency. The licensees will pay that money direct to the third-party tester. So it's gonna affect our revenues, but if it's only 4.5–5%, it shouldn't be devastating to us to give that revenue away. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The board has always kind of had the philosophy of keep the examination fees as low as possible.
Absolutely.
To get those people in here for them to get tested, and because the bread and butter, the gravy, is in the yearly annual fee, the renewal fees. That's where the agency generates a lot of money, several $1 million.
Well, let's never miss an opportunity to reduce fees. I have no interest in excessive revenues that we're not the beneficiary of. And I happen to agree with those constituents of Representative Flynn's that a fee is just another 3-letter word for tax. So whenever we have an opportunity to reduce fees and not financially impact our agency, I would hope that you'd bring it to the board's attention and we can address it. There are going to be times when we're going to be required to add fees. And I'll just tell you one example. When we go to computer-based testing, in order to get tested by this third-party entity, the applicant is going to have to submit something to the state or to our agency in order to deem them eligible to take that test. So that's going to require staff time, and it's probably going to, Lisa, I'll let you tell me, but it's going to require a fee because we're not going to do it for free. Am I right about that?
There's 2 ways we could look at doing that, and one may be an application type processing fee for them, because yes, the actual exam fee is gonna be paid through the third party. However, the initial fee may be enough to cover it, and Richard and I are looking at that right now. The other thing I wanted to add, one thing, back in 14, that was one of the last, in 14, we did a fairly big reduction of our fees. And when we did an analysis to respond to the governor, we're still quite a bit lower than a lot of other states. And I completely agree. If we can keep it there, we will.
Richard, I just we're going to be doing a lot of things with this computer-based testing, first one thing then another, and I know you will do this. Track the consequences of what we're doing against our revenue stream very carefully. Throw up a red flag if you see something that's troubling to you that we need to pay
We'll be
particular
watching
attention to. So, and I know you'll do that. So, any
We will
questions?
definitely be watching it.
on the financial?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
These third parties, you know, the examinees will pay a third party to take a test. Where did they not have the third parties not have to pay for the material, the testing material?
I'm going to answer that if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay. The examination will be, it's computer-based testing. It won't be the practical exam through the third party at this time. So there's no material involved for them. But the material, I mean, you're paying for seat time to sit in a chair and them to monitor you and process the exam and give you the reports and all of these things. But the fee that the examinee pays and the scheduling of it and all of the handling of that data moves over to the third party person. So if they pay
Yes,
$69.
I understand that, but who provides the third party with the actual questions?
We do. We're
Okay.
not buying an exam. We're building our own.
They're
Okay,
using
but
our exam.
are they not paying you to use that test?
No.
Okay.
No, we're not selling our exam or sharing our exam. We didn't want to do that across
Okay.
any other states or anything.
Okay.
We've built our own and that's it. And they don't get a right to share it with anyone.
Okay.
Mr. Ainsworth, what this ends up doing, and I don't know the exact number, but this testing company that Lisa is dealing with has got somewhat 20, 25 locations in the state.
Oh, there's probably 50 places around that they can go.
This is going to
all over.
enable our licensing base, when they get ready to take a test, they may have one right down the street. No travel at all.
I fully understand. That's not my question. The question is, it's the state plumbing board's written exam
Correct.
that they're administering.
And it will still be ours.
Okay.
Because they're not going to administer that to anyone other than our licensees. They're not opening it up to anyone else.
Okay.
Only the people that our agency authorizes are eligible to take the test.
My question though is, I understand that. My question is if they're administering that test and we've developed it, would part of their fee go to us for the development of the test?
Well, no, but Ron brings up an interesting point that we talked about though, of them actually giving us money back. And we'll talk about it as a board. I don't think it's a good policy.
It didn't end up to be a deal that would work good for us
I just don't
because
think
it
it smells
creates
right
a
to
lot
start
of
with.
work and
We should-
checkpoints and
It smells too much like a kickback
Yeah,
to me. I don't like the fact of
yeah.
somebody else paying us to get that.
Yeah, we
I
didn't
want
want
them
to
to
do it
provide
that way.
the test at its least expensive rate that they're possibly can do it. And us get out of the business of collecting the money and paying them, let the licensee pay them directly.
Yeah, we don't want to
It's a
touch
good point, and it's one that we discussed, and I think one time we had a proposal that they would,
We've been back and forth of how to do it and how to keep the price down and whether some agencies do that, they do get reimbursed back for it. But for us, and because of the volume of the exams we're going to get, it doesn't really make sense for us to do it.
and I don't like the smell of it anyway. I
Yeah.
think it's,
The-
I don't want to get I don't want them paying us. It just, I don't like it.
The oversight and the reporting kind of made us know that we didn't want to.
Well, and I think, the other issue there is all they're going to do, if we require them to pay us something, to administer the test, because we wrote it, all they're going to do is pass that on to the examinees. And then, that just raises the cost of getting a license in Texas. And I think that's against what our principles are right now.
And we can buy a pre-made exam, but we just weren't in a position to afford something like that, not knowing our situation.
There's no need for us. We've already got the
We
exam.
didn't want to
I think it's a good one.
go that way. Yeah.
These are things, gentlemen, that, as I've said earlier, examination is going to be on the agenda next time, that I want to fully vet all these questions. Education and examination are going to be our primary subjects. Anything else the agency wants to throw in there that they need done to help them do their job, we'll do those too. But those are the two primary things that we'll have. Some of them may be discussion items, they may not be action items, but we'll put them on the agenda so that we can have a full discussion. Lisa, I think we're down to you again, or were you in the middle of what your report?
Again, I'm ready. I'm ready to wrap it up. I got something really good here I want to tell about.
Go for it.
Real quick, like though, and y'all touched on this earlier. We do have the two positions out in the field department that are open. Those are great jobs. Somebody's going to wish that they'd have taken them. So look them over. Maybe we get some applicants. We also have some additional postings that we're going to be putting out in the very near future. The staff's worked really hard during this pandemic to maintain all of the requirements that are recommended by this agency and that and CDC and just being safe. And I got to tell you, and we've been in and out of here, and I couldn't do any of this without some of the great people that I have, but we do want some more. And with that, once we get a very firm idea of how our budget could possibly be, then we hope to go ahead and build out that outreach and consumer program and make some shifts around. So that's a rather large position there. We would still like to have another full-time staff attorney. So that posting is out there as well.
You know, wouldn't like that, but we're going to have it.
Yes.
We're going to have them in person, or we're going to have contract.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted. You're muted.
I was told I was muted, and the comment that I made is we're not needing one. We're going to have one. We're either going to get them, hire them, and put them on staff, or in the interim, we're going to work out a deal with another agency to borrow one through a memorandum of understanding. But it is absolutely 100% imperative that we get a staff attorney on board, not just for the legal expertise that they provide to us, but to give Lisa some relief. I'm just telling you, we have got her so loaded up doing double duties that that's a key spot that will really take some time off her hands, where she can focus on the management of the agency more than what she's able to do at this time. So if you're a lawyer out there and you're listening in, you better get over here, because it's going to be an exciting time for you, and we got plenty of work. So
yeah, and admit as somebody that has a lot of admin law background, it'd be great. Come on. The other thing is, and I mentioned a little bit about the consumer outreach and education program. That's the other key position. If we get that, that's going to divide up some duties greatly and really help. And it'll make a dent in what we want to do with the education program, because it rolls in the outreach, it rolls in the CPE. It's quite a combination of items. So we're looking at that. Update on Health Professions Council projects to display education credits. That went online on Sunday, and I want to be really clear for anybody that hasn't had a chance to look someone up. And I'm not picking on apprentice number 149327, but if you look him up, that's my sample person, and it's Francis Baxter. And when you look, you can see that Francis has an 18-hour commercial course, an 8-hour residential code class. Francis has also submitted an employer certification form and has had an outreach program, or an OSHA program, I'm sorry. And when you look up someone now, almost every person, some of the older ones prior to say 14 and 15, you might not see all the information, but this is valuable information. When a person is preparing to take the examination, they need to look themselves up online. And if it says that you've got hours on there, that means you're ready for an exam. If you show your 48 hours or your 24 hours worth of training classes, it's on there. Same thing, you can look up your continuing education. This is the everything page now, folks. Individuals that hold a license or a registration need to look themselves up online. And then the providers of the education, of course, they can look to see if their upload was effective. It reduces our phone calls. It reduces emails, everything. And this was no small feat getting this on there. And I've been telling you for about a year it was coming. Well, they finally got it loaded on Sunday. The permanent.
That's because we got a new, that's because we got a new board here.
Well, probably, but we've been
No,
trying
yeah,
and trying and
I'm messing
trying.
with you about that.
Uh,
That is a huge thing. And not only that, employers, I guess, can go on there
Yes.
to check their employees to make sure they're up to speed on their CEs.
Yeah.
So,
And as a reminder, and I want to say this, we use the shared database with 7 other agencies. And I know we've had some downtime lately. And I wish, I mean, I can apologize to you, but it was a shared agency situation of downtime, not just us. And it's been very difficult during the holidays, during, with the pandemic, with all the online usage, and us pushing everyone towards online renewals. And that little kink has gotten worked out, and that's why they were able to go ahead after all of that said and done in the last month or so. And some of the updates got loaded, and knock on wood, everything is going smooth on the database. I know I probably jinxed it, but anyway, got a lot of happy agencies this week. I'm going to tell you that. They've worked really, really hard. I wanted to bring to your attention too, and I don't, we track this customer daily walk-ins. Number one, we want to know how many people we're serving that walk in our front door. And it also, we look at it to see how our online usage goes. If our online usage goes up, then this walk-in is probably going to go down. And that's very true. It also tells me about how, you know, how much money we're going to be handling walking in and that sort of thing. It does a lot of different things. But we're one of the few agencies where you can still walk in. And I say walk in now, but during the pandemic, they're walking up to the door with glass between us. But it's worked pretty well. We're still able to help a lot of people. And we hope we can get it back where people can just walk in and they can use our kiosk again, pay with their credit card at the kiosk, and it's a twofold situation. When they come in, they walk in and they pay at the kiosk, we're able to help them set up an online account. So the next time they use the online account, they don't need us. Not that we don't want to visit, but it's a work in progress all the time. So when you look at that, you'll see that we do have a lot of people that come in here that we help. And a lot of times we have people that just want to come by because they have a question or they're in the area, or sometimes maybe somebody that was a plumber that's retired now and they like to just come by. So hopefully we can get back to that world where you can stop and see us. But thank you everyone for working hard to try to get on the line. So it worked out quite well. The other item is I ran some numbers and you'll see that despite everything, we have 1,580 inspectors, and we've got 11,691 master plumbers, over 21,000 journeymen. And one of the best numbers we've had in a little while, 2,973 on the tradesmen. We'll see that goes up and down because you have people that jump from the apprentice all the way up to the journeyman, and so that number varies. And I believe Mr. Denton mentioned the number of med gas earlier. We've got quite a few drain cleaners coming up, 1,003. We share this report, our population report. It changes every minute. So depending upon when I run it is what you get. And it changes, some drop off, some move up. And we share this as a handout. We share it with CPE. And we also use some of the numbers for performance measures. So that's what that report is. And I can answer questions or I can be quiet.
I've got a
We're not
question,
gonna
Lisa.
do any further questions of Lisa. We kind of put her through the ringer today, so.
Ben's got a question.
Anything else?
Ben has a question. Ben has a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Ben?
Lisa and Chairman Denton, any news as a frontline worker, as a journeyman plumber, we're wanting to know about the vaccination for frontline workers, including plumbers. Is there any information on when that group might be considered to be vaccinated?
Are you asking me?
Well, I'm asking Lisa mostly, but I know you're brand new. I wouldn't expect you to know any of that. But is there any?
If I've been here for 20 years, I wouldn't know that. But Lisa, maybe you do.
Ben, it's interesting that you asked that question because I sat in a meeting not too terribly long ago, and every chance I get that I'm in some kind of meeting where I think I can reach out to anybody that counts, I have said how essential and how important and how exposed plumbers are. And honestly, there's everyone right now, teachers, everybody is important. But I guarantee you that when I've had the opportunity to put it out there, don't forget your plumber and how exposed that plumber can be. I've done it. And we also got a link to a pretty good site that shows where you can sign up for the vaccination and that sort of stuff. And we were going to put it out on our website. Haven't gotten that done yet. It's kind of a heavy hitter, so we will be putting something like that out.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. I thought the same thing.
Well, we actually have customers that are asking too. So because we are frontline, and so I just thought I would pose the question for the, for the trade.
And I want to add, and it comes to me at least once a week that we've lost a plumber to the COVID. It seems like. So the thought's there, Ben. Anything else I need to add?
Thank you, Lisa.
Any other comments for Lisa or questions? Are you done, Lisa?
Yes, sir. I'll answer questions.
All right.
Tab 31 feature. Oh, okay. That was jumping.
You sure were.
Stand down over here, Mr. New Board Member. Thank you. In other words, let's get going. Is what he's telling me. So that was a really nice way to say, let's get going. Future date, time, and location of board meetings. In the historically, this board has met for the most part every other month or once a quarter, basically. You may not like it. I'm going to recommend, while the legislature is in session, that we meet every month. And let me, like I said earlier, we've got a very short period of time to demonstrate our willingness and our ability to move on some items. And I don't want them to say, well, we didn't do it. So with your permission or with the board's concurrence, I'd like to schedule a meeting at least once a month. The one thing I would like to do, the caveat is, these board meetings are a tremendous amount of work on the staff, putting together all these reports and things like that. I would like to exempt the staff from putting these reports together at our next meeting. And let's confine our board meeting to board discussions, public comments, issues that we want to look at, rather than going through all the staff reports and requiring them to provide all this data. Is that something that's acceptable to the other board members? Both the monthly meetings as well as relieving the staff from doing that.
I agree.
Okay, I'm seeing everybody's okay with that. Is there a day of the week that the board members prefer one over the other? I don't think I want to try to nail down a specific date today. It'll be too time consuming. What I'd rather do is have Lisa come up with 2 or 3 proposed dates, and let's see which of those dates meet the most people's schedule. And since we're allowed to do the virtual meetings now, if something won't allow you to come to Austin, then you can join in virtually. So it gives us a little bit more flexibility. Is that acceptable to the other board members, that we let Lisa come up with some proposed dates? Might not be exactly a month. It may be 5 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it is. A lot of our meeting dates are going to be dependent upon these rule proposals will be made. They've got to have a 30-day posting, and then they've got to come back to us. So some of that, I think we need to give Lisa some flexibility so that if we get that posting done, we don't want to have a meeting a week before we could have finally adopted some of these rules. So she needs a little bit of flexibility there. So, okay. So with that being said, I don't hear anybody complaining about a monthly meeting or relieving the staff of providing all this statistical data. That's wonderful. It's so helpful to us. But so Lisa will get back with us with some proposed dates in probably late February.
Chairman?
It will. Are there any issues that the board would like considered put on our next agenda other than those that we talked about today?
I think Ben was trying to say something.
Ben?
Sir? Nothing. It wasn't important.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thanks to the other board members, who are, if any board member that's joining virtually wants to say something, give it that, so that somebody, the other board members who are here are helping me a lot to identify that. So I will say this: if there are other items that you would like considered put on the agenda, if you don't know what they are today, if you want to contact me later, we can discuss that. And but again, I'd like the primary focus to be on education. That's going to be a big one, and Robbie's going to take the lead on it. The other will be on examination, all aspects of examination. The education part might include some rules if Robbie's ready. The examination part most likely is going to be a discussion only among the board members. But so those are the 2 primary. Plus, Lisa, if you have, or Steve has cases that he needs cleared out, we can do that also. That's easy for us to do. So we leave that to your discretion. And it gets us to public comment. And I won't, if we've got anybody still out there, I'm not sure anybody hung around for this, but if they're out there, I would love to hear from you. Your participation is critical to us. I think I'm not saying anything new to the members of the public who have regularly participated in this, but to the new board members, I will say this. During the public comments portion of the program, they can say anything they want to about any subject, whether or not it's on the agenda or not on the agenda. We, on the other hand, are not allowed to respond or get into a dialogue with these public members, as bad as we may want to. It's prohibited. It's not, if it's not on the agenda, then it's not proper for us to do it. So I think the members of the public have already been there and done that. They know it better than probably a lot of us do. And we welcome their comments, whether they be positive or whether they be negative. We want to hear from you. So I am going to, and again, I guess somebody knows, I don't know how many are on, still hanging in there with us, but I am going to limit public comment to 3 minutes each. So if you will be clear and concise and keep your comments to 3 minutes, we would very much appreciate it. And whether there's 3 of you out there or 30 of you out there, I'll be here to listen to you. So we're not in a hurry, but we'd like for everybody to get in. Dawn, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
You know, I think it says the chairman's going to call on them. I think it might be more efficient, Dawn. You know who they are. If you will just announce their names and allow them to speak and keep up with the 3 minutes, there's no need in my getting involved in that, and just take them in any order that you want to take them. We want to hear from 100% of them if they want to talk. If they don't want to talk, obviously they don't have to.
Yes, sir. The first person we have is Sarah Rayburn.
Okay, Sarah, are you with us?
Hi, this is Sarah Rayburn.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, I'm the Executive Director of the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors Association. We just wanted to welcome the board members, say thank you for your service and your leadership, and we're looking forward to working with you all.
Sarah, thank you. We appreciate it. You guys do a good job. I'm familiar with your organization from a previous life.
Thank you, sir.
Don, who's the next on the?
Next, we have Mr. Matthew Wynn. Mr. Wynn.
Hello, Mr. Wynn.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time. So I just wanted to also say thank you to each one of you, both the new members and the returning members as well. We appreciate you guys being here. It's very exciting to see a full board again. As usual, I attend and I am here to the end, Mr. Chairman. But we register as a resource each time, and just know that we're here anytime we can share any information and perspective to help you with your decisions. So thank you again for your time today.
I know who you are, and we appreciate your participation. Next, Dawn.
We did have Mr. Stricker, but he has dropped off. And Joshua Keenan. Let me see if he's still here. He has dropped off as well.
Okay. I don't blame him. I'd have probably dropped off too.
So if anybody has a comment, please raise your hand and you will be able to speak.
Tell me when you're done, Dawn.
Okay, we have Bobby Duran.
Mr. Duran.
Yes, how are y'all doing?
Hey, we're doing perfect. Welcome.
It was a long meeting, but there was a lot of information. We appreciate everything you're doing, and we look forward to helping the board anytime we can. We have 13 apprentices in here that listened to you this morning. They didn't listen to the whole thing because they're back in class, but they did listen to the first hour and on the rule changes, and we appreciate everything y'all doing. So
Thank you, Mr. Duran. I remember seeing you on previous board meetings.
all right, you be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your participation.
Okay, and next we have Mr. Johnny Curtin.
Mr. Curtin?
Mr. Curtin, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to thank y'all for a wonderful meeting. I know it was long. And Mr. Denton, I appreciate all that you're doing there, coming in as a new chairman, doing a great job with it. I just wanted to make one little comment of the continuing ed changing the time or the start date on the continuing ed. I don't have a problem with that. We could start in December, since nobody renews in December rather than January. I'd like to do that. Give a couple of months for the inspectors, and rather than 1 month. But how it's implemented is going to be the issue rather than the change of the start date, I think. And what are we going to do with the guys in September, October, November? Are they going to take 2 classes instead of everybody else taking 1? Or are they going to get exempted from 1? That's going to be an issue. And I think it'll be an issue for next board meeting discussion. But I appreciate what y'all do, and thank y'all for all that you do.
Thank you very much for your comments, and they're well noted.
Thank you.
And we have one comment in the chat. It was, "Thank you for your open and thoughtful comments, Chairman Denton," from Kelly Sadler at International Code Council.
Right. Thank you for listening.
And that's it for public comments.
Man, you guys let me off pretty easy today.
Oh, I have one more.
Okay.
Mr. Adam Smith.
Mr. Smith.
I just wanted to say thank you to the board and the continuing members and the new members. And so glad you're here. So glad we can finally make some progress on some of these issues. You guys have done a great job. This is a heck of a board meeting, man. And I appreciate you guys slogging through all this stuff and coming to help us out.
You know, I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Smith, and don't get worried, Tina, I'm not going to enter into dialogue. Are you the Mr. Smith who made a point at the rally that the plumbers have done more to extend the life of people than doctors have?
Guilty as charged, sir.
That was a really good comment. Would you make that again?
The comment was just what you described. The plumber has done more to extend human life than the doctor has in constructing the first underground sanitary sewer system. The average London citizen's life was extended by over 20 years. And it took medical science 130, 140 years to do the same, to extend us from 50 to 70 years average lifespan. The plumber did more in 20 years than the medical doctor did in 150. Literally, it took almost 100 years for them to stop leaching us to death, and we were out there saving the planet. So,
Mr. Smith, obviously it's a point that I've remembered because I was listening to the rally and I thought it was impressive. And it was going through my mind. I wish I'd have known that when I was sitting on the medical board. I'd have loved to have told him.
Actually, I had a doctor's the one that told me. So
anyway, great point. And Mr. Smith, we really do appreciate your participation. And we are counting on you as well as the rest of the public to give us some feedback and direction going forward. We not only need it, it's imperative that we get feedback from you guys. So.
I'm certain you'll get feedback from this crew.
Okay,
Appreciate you guys.
And we have one more public comment from Diane Villarreal.
Ms. Villarreal?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope I'm unmuted now.
You are. We can hear you loud and clear.
It is very nice to see that we have a board, and I thank you all for participating. And Chairman Dent, I want to thank you so much for recognizing what our agency has been able to do, the work that they've done, the dedication that they have to our industry and what our industry has to the state of Texas and to the citizens of Texas. Very important for us to keep our agency and our board and our credibility and our ability to continue our service to the citizens. I know that earlier you said you wanted comments from the plumbers, and I'd like to see our plumbers participate as well. I would like to suggest that you think about, since we have the email ability to reach out to our plumbers, that the plumbing board reach out to our plumbers to let them know when the proposed rule changes have actually been posted, and should I say, encourage them to file their written comments so you can see from the general and the broad, how should I say, the vast majority of our industry, because we have those that participate in all phases of plumbing, and I think we need to have their participation. And a simple email, and rather than having to go to the website, if we could just send them an email. I know I get my emails from the T-word agency when there's a proposed rule change, and I think it would be beneficial for not only our industry, but for y'all to understand what we desire and where we would like y'all to take our industry. Thank you very much, and God bless us.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. We appreciate your participation.
Thank you, sir.
And that was the last public comment.
Any word from Mr. Stricker or Mr. Keener? I think they were earlier there, but they're still not there.
No, they've dropped off.
Okay. Well, listen, I believe that concludes our meeting unless there's another issue that the board would like to raise this time.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
James Ainsworth will second.
All meeting is adjourned, and thank everyone for their participation. Welcome to the new board members. Thanks for the existing board members for having us. And thanks for the public for participating. Everyone have a safe week.
You too.
Good evening.
Bye-bye.